So, have you ever had one of those days where your mood is like you around emotionally? Um, I don't know, I felt pretty good this morning, and I was kind of on task. I was trying to get things done. Had to go DoorDash, of course, which wasn't very uplifting. I did work for 2 hours, made $1.75 an hour, and took every route offered to me. What does that mean? I got one route offered to me for $3.50. It was only like a mile and a half, 2 miles. I literally had to go like, I don't know what it was, 50 yards to pick it up because I was right next to the place. And then I dropped it off, and it was only like a mile or two from there, so it was pretty good. And then that was really early. It was like within the first few minutes of starting. Then I went to a popular area where I usually get a decent amount of orders, and I sat there for over an hour. Got nothing. Not a single, nada, nothing. I said, screw it, I'm going home. I'm going to go home and do some work. And I was excited to come back, get some work done. But first I was going to try to get a couple of little things done. And then I was like, I got to, try out. I'm going to do some things to try to get my... I said, screw it, I'm going to try to find some things and just start working on little things to start working and get my stream up and running and to start making some money through my Patreon or whatever. And, being unemployed for as long as I have, it's stressful on me and my family, whatever. And, we're not in dire straits. Worst comes to worst, we start eating into our retirement stuff, right? So we have resources. So it's not like we're going to lose our house, but it's frustrating. And so then I got a call from my dad. At first he was just like, hey, where's this play at and stuff that you're doing? Because I am in a play at the end of this month. And I gave him the information, and then we just started chatting, and he started asking me about my unemployment. And he makes suggestions, a lot of suggestions. Have you tried this? Have you tried that? And I've tried most of what he said. And a couple of things I hadn't, but because mostly, I didn't think they were, very good options. But it didn't matter what my answers were. He was like, well, have you tried to just walk into the building? I was like, how often does walking into the building do anything these days? He says, oh, don't underestimate the power of just walking into the unemployment office. And I'm like, I'm trying to get extension on unemployment benefits by getting training. But the problem is I found out that my work industry is not in demand, or is not in decline. You have to be in a where your skills are in decline, the demand for them. But they go by category, and the only category related to what I do is software developer, which is not in decline. There are a need for software developers. It's pretty high in demand. So it's definitely considered in demand. But the skills specifically that I have that I'm trying to sell and my 20 years of experience of skills is all in .NET Framework, C#, ASP.NET, that kind of thing. And everybody wants you to have, .NET Core and React and all these other tools that I don't have. But they don't let you be specific about it. There's no, if you're in this industry, what skills do you have? They don't care about that stuff. It's like it goes by category. If your category is in demand, you don't qualify. So basically, I don't qualify for the extension, even though my skills truly are in decline, or the demand for them is inclined. In my area, anyway. They go by the region you're in. Yeah, in my case, the county. And and anyway, my discussion with him was, they're usually pretty, amicable, but this time he says, we're obviously more, Ann, and we're obviously more concerned about your situation than you are, he says. I'm like, no, you're not more concerned about my situation than I am. And I've been kind of going on the, I know something's going to come up. I know God's got something in store for me. I'm trying to, just have faith in what he's doing, what his plan is. But then I was excited about this application I'm working on, this game. I think it's cool. I think it's got a lot of potential. I even comparing to other things that are out there, I'm like, this stands out. It's going to be cool. But I know it's going to take time. Creating a game development process is, at least 2 years. Now, maybe not as bad now because AI really helps speed up the process, but, I can't live 2 years without a job. I mean, we can, but we'll be broke when it all comes said and done. And hey, Nintendo, hey, how you doing? I'm just mumbling here until I get some work done. But so my intro here is depressing, so you might want to come back in about 10 minutes. I just talking about how my mood is swaying around today from being pretty positive to being kind of depressed. So yeah, anyway, it's been a frustrating day. So without sharing too much, fact is, it just and it's kind of expected, right? It's like if you're out of work and you've got a lot of family and people around you, if they're going to assume that you're out of work for a long time and they can't help it. Nobody can help it. They're going to assume it's because you're not trying. You don't really want work. You're not really looking for work. Yeah, you submit, you tell them, I've submitted 200 plus resumes. I've reached out to these companies and those companies. And whenever somebody mentions a place, I go look and I apply for whatever they got. And they're like, yeah, but are you really trying? I mean, you could be working somewhere. You could go do this. And they mention companies that go work for Amazon. They have easy hours, and go do this or go do that. And it's like, even I said, look, I've looked up at these companies. Amazon does not have anything available right now. Their job boards do not mention anything about their warehouse work or even non-employment, any job. And they go, yeah, well, maybe you're asking for too much. Have you thought about just asking for enough to get by? Like maybe instead of your normal salary of, what I was making, I think I was making, well over 100,000. Maybe you should just ask for, 20 or 30, just enough to combine with your wife so you guys would be good. And I was like, I have been looking for part-time jobs. I have applied for jobs that have minimum salary ranges that are like 100 to 150 or 130 to 160, and saying I'm only asking for 80. just give me a freaking job. It's like I have been putting in minimums or less thans everywhere. And I said, well, what about part-time? Is there anybody out there who just wants to hire a dev engineer for half the cost? I'll work half the hours, half the cost, whatever. But those jobs, they just don't exist. I can't get, there's no callbacks, there's no anything. And everybody's just like looking at me, they're rolling their eyes like, you're really not trying to find a job. And I'm like, yes, I am. I just don't know how to convince you because there's no way to, so now, so that's kind of what killed my mood. It's like, I can feel it already. I know my wife's, but she doesn't say nothing. She's been good about it as far as saying, she's not getting on my case, but she does she's sending me job postings that she finds because she's obviously looking for me for jobs. And a lot of them I've either seen already or they don't meet my skill sets. And, but if it's something I haven't, I apply for it. So, yeah, I didn't see that one. But, she's stressing out. But, then when you get your other family members externally coming down on you, like saying, he's not angry, but he's obviously, he's jabbing at me saying, I'm not doing nothing. So, and, At one point when I was working on this app, in fact, through this morning, I was like, I really think this can do something. If I could just work it out. God's got some plan. He's going to help me get through it. He's going to help me, continue to work on this, because I really feel like it's got potential. It's gonna do something. And if I stay on it and work on it and I'm making good progress, something will happen. He's got me covered. But then my dad tells me, you're just not as concerned about it as the rest of us about being out of work. I'm like, I was like, yes, I'm concerned about it. I didn't say this, but I probably should have. I just told him, look, I have faith that God's got something in mind and it's going to happen. But anyway, it just drove my mood into the ground. And then when I went and I found unemployment's training benefits site, and to see if you can extend unemployment through go in and get some training. Apparently, they won't approve your application if your job category, your most recent job experience category, is in demand. It has to be in decline. That's another thing. Yeah, like a lot of smaller jobs, they know what you can do, and they're like, well, are you just taking a job from us to, tide you over? And honestly, the honest answer is yes. But that's not, you don't say that. But yeah, they think that too. They see skill sets that are totally not what they're hiring. But yeah, you qualify because, they need somebody to help them sell clothes at Old Navy. Like my daughter, well, she's not, for her it's okay. I mean, she's young and she likes working in that kind of thing, and they hired her. So, but like if I was to go work in a warehouse, such as, stocking shelves or something, a lot of these companies would be like, are you really planning to stick around? And I'd be like, no. I don't know. Just killed my mood, man. That's all right. I'll perk up. I'm going to get some work done here. And, it probably wouldn't be so bad if I was like single in my 20s, because I have no one else really depending on me, right? I mean, my kids are grown, so they're not really depending on me, but they don't chip in either. So it's just me and my wife mostly. Even the two of our kids live at home. They probably should chip in, but it's not that much because they pay for their own stuff. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. That's just hard because, that they depend on you. It's because I have been the primary income person for the last 25, 30 years, in my family. And my wife's worked, off and on, but it's always been me as the primary. And now we're trying to, we're sucking it up now, cutting back on everything and just trying to make what little money we have in the account stretch so that we don't have to start getting into our unemployment. Or not unemployment, I keep saying unemployment, retirement. Because, you don't want to screw with that. That's years down the road, and you want to have it there when it's time. The last thing you want to do is start killing that. Yeah. I remember you saying, man, and I feel for you because I'm a few months from a year, and even just being 8 months in or 9 months in, it's terrible, man. You know, it probably wouldn't be so bad if I was generating something. Even if it was only a couple thousand a month, you know. It's not enough to live on, but something. It would slow the money in our account from going down even more. Well, the programming I've been doing on this is Go and React, and well, primarily Go and React. I've been using Docker as my containers, and Mongo database, which I'm starting to get a feel for. It's not really that complicated. But what I know well from the past is .NET Framework. Now, a lot of jobs out there now are looking for .NET Core, which, although similar, is not the same. The paradigms are different as far as the object model layouts. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. But it seems like these companies, even though I say I've been doing C# and .NET Framework for 15 years, I do SQL Server, which, by the way, is still out there, but apparently it's never the primary thing. People want you to have SQL Server as a database knowledge, but they don't. That's not the selling point. That's just like, oh, okay, that's a good thing to have on the resume, but we really want you to have, and then they list off the current things. React, Angular, Vue, or even some other tools I've never heard of. Some mention Go, which is good, so I'm trying to do Go. Some mention Unity, which I would love to actually do jobs that use Unity, even though I don't know it yet. I haven't played with it yet, so I'm going to be doing that soon. So a lot of what I'm doing is trying to teach myself, the skills that I'm going to need to actually work. And now I can actually say I've got, 4 months of React, and, well, I'm working on 2 months of Go, or a month of Go. But, if I can scrape and whittle my way through for the next 6 months, I can at least say I have 6 months of Go, React, Unity, all these tools that I'm working on. And then I have a proof of concept. I have the application code because I own it. Because a lot of companies won't let you use your application code, your skill sets for samples. I can do that now because this is obviously my code. I can do whatever I want. And so that's helpful. But again, it's months away before it's something meaningful in the job market, because they always say, well, we want 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. I ain't got 3 to 5 years to learn this stuff. But you're not going to at least give me a call to prove that I can do this? Guess not. The answer is no, we're not. So anyway, this is actually really good. By the way, I'm eating my dinner. It's a Trader Joe's chicken sausage and ravioli kind of thing. It's really good though. So I apologize. I'm eating while I'm online, but I needed to talk. I could sit here and dwell within my head, but I need to let those words out of my head so that they're not stressing me out. And talking to the ether, or to people who show up, is more effective than talking to the wall. Because even if nobody's on, I feel like my words are they're there to be heard. When I speak to the wall, nobody's hearing it. Bounces off the wall right back into my head where I stress out. I've applied at so many weird companies because I actually had a couple of people who come to my stream and they mentioned the company they're working at. Hey, try this job. One of the ones I tried was what is that paint company? I want to say Charles Schwab, not Charles Schwab. Something man. I don't know why it's not Charles Schwab. But what's that paint company? Owens Sherman Williams. Oh, there we go. Sherman Williams. They had a couple of positions, but again, it's like I applied for these positions. My parents mentioned Amazon. It's like, oh, all right, well, let's go see if I can find a job in the warehouse. I don't care. Let's go see what they have. Nothing in the warehouse. No warehouse jobs, no fulfillment, no delivery, no nothing. But they did have a couple of Excel jobs. I used to be basically an Excel expert. I could program macros, complex formulas, pivot tables. I could do it. I had all kinds of stuff. I even have two spreadsheets I built that I've used heavily. One of them is the one for this football game I created, which has tons of interworking complex macros and formulas. And one is a cost basis one, basically used for me when I define the mage cage in the X case. That allows me to put in a bunch of key numbers, whenever I get quotes for, how much does this cost, how much does that cost. I put all those numbers in, and it'll calculate for me how many I need to make in order to pay for the production. And if I want to do an extra thing, how many do I have to make now to pay for the next production? So it has to pay for its current production as well as the next production, so that the next production can only pay for the one after that. So ultimately the goal is the first production run should pay for the first two production runs, after you've sold through it all. And so you put in all that, how much you're going to spend on marketing, how much you're going to spend on all these different things, and then ultimately how many do you have to sell to cover all those costs and have enough to go to the next production run. This way, every subsequent production run only has to produce enough to pay for the next one. So they're only paying for one after that, but you're always one ahead. And so I had this thing has a bunch of worksheets and formulas that it calculates the whole thing out, pulls those totals into the basis sheet, and I could predict out 6 months in advance if I wanted to. How many do I need to make each month? How much do I, or every, however often I make it. So I've done all that. And so I said, well, they have Excel ones, but I don't even put my Excel skills on sheets anymore because I've never seen jobs for them, but Amazon had a couple. And that's probably because they weren't really developer positions. They were more like analyst positions. It's like, well, I like analyzing numbers and stuff, but one of the things is, one of the key things is knowing Excel and being able to work with the macros and do all that. And I'm like, okay, I could probably do that. But the other one is, how much experience do you have in analyzing business market trends? I'm like, well, none, but I could do it. I'm sure it's not too bad. I could figure out, I could go through and analyze. I love analyzing numbers. That's actually pretty fun for me, looking at. That's why I liked doing the formulas for this football game, is because it's so cool to look through all the stats and create all these formulas that tell you which players are doing what and how they rank amongst each other, and try to do predictive plays and trying to balance out the numbers so that the offensive guys match up against the defensive guys in a balanceable, so that stuff, I spent months on it because it was just fun to do. And now I'm trying to relearn that spreadsheet because it's really complicated. And I got to pull that same basic logic into my app. And since it was years ago, I'm like, wow, that's cool. I mean, it's fun to do, but it's time consuming. But so I said, yes, I applied for that job or two. But, I didn't even update my resume to mention that I was an Excel. But again, am I an Excel expert? Still considered an Excel expert if I did it 15 years ago? Because I haven't spent any time in Excel recently, other than for my own business stuff. I had 2 jobs at Microsoft where I was doing Excel. Or contracts. Oh, I looked up my computer. Finally, yesterday afternoon, it actually finally got into UPS's hand. So they created the label on Thursday night, sent me a notice on Friday morning saying it was shipped. I checked UPS. It wasn't, UPS did not have the actual package until Monday afternoon. So basically they waited 3 or 4 days before they actually gave it to UPS. And then UPS says, "Oh, we'll have it there by Friday." So I gotta wait 4 more days. And the thing is, Microsoft said, "Hey, send it to us. You'll have it back within 8 days." Well, it's going to be 10 days minimum because I turned it in last Monday. I sent it Monday, and it was I don't know however long it took, and now it's Friday going to be getting back to me. So I hope it's fixed, man. I really don't want to have to be messing with that again because I dread having to reinstall everything. You know what they should do? If they're gonna wipe your computer, they should image your computer and image it back to whatever they need, do their work, and then when they're done, image it all back. So this way you get it back with all your stuff there, fully functional. That's what they should do. That's good customer service, but I guess that's not in their good customer service list. All right, so no amount of whining right now, being depressed, is going to change the fact that at this time of Tuesday night, I don't have a job. And if I can't change that right now, and there's nothing I can do at this moment that's going to change that, I'm going to do my game. I'm going to work on my game. I'm not going to let that stop me. All right, what is this? Oh yeah, I installed this earlier. I wonder, do I have that available? Oh, I do. It's already available. I am going. So one of the things, is this my app? Oh, it is my app. Let's close this. I've been trying to figure out how to get my app to allow for this to act as a background. See, this image here acts as a background, but this one doesn't allow for the image mapper. This is an image mapper. See this little square here? That's the image map. That allows me to do stuff like click on certain areas of this field. Now I'm just trying to get it set up, but I need this to allow for background action, which right now it is not. So I'm trying to see if it's possible. Now it went black when I put it within a div for some reason. Like I had this image mapper inside of my div here, and it just went black. There was like nothing. So I couldn't get it to work for nothing. And I said, you know what, I'm going to try and pull it out of the div. And boom, surprise, it worked. So apparently putting this guy inside of a div, I want to see if it's any div. Because if it's just a generic div, maybe it was just the settings on the div that's the broken part. Otherwise, if it's, yeah, oh, wait, nope, kind of, there it goes, kind of showing up there. Still shows up under that div. I wonder if it's the style then that killed it. Because I couldn't, it was inside this div with the style position relative. I wonder if the relative position killed it. I'm going to put this same thing on this image just to see. It could also be that it's in relation to the other image that's the problem, not the div, but the fact that I had another image in there and they were like bouncing off each other. Let's see what that does. If it goes black on me, nope, did not go black. Huh. But it is not resizing either. Doesn't like that. There's no resizing of my image. It's pretty much frozen in place. So it is not this. It's not the div's fault. In fact, it does. It seems like the div needs to be set to allow for that to resize. Ew. Yeah. What is the problem? Oh, did I not? Oh, never mind. I did break that. So, oops. I'm on a roll here. So what do you do, man? What is your skill set? What are you looking for in work? How does your Now you were working though, weren't you? Didn't you have a project or something that you were doing? Like you worked on New Year's for something, didn't you? Didn't you say you had some kind of big event that you were doing? I've even thought, man, if I could find someone who just needs simple work, man, I would do $20 an hour, man. I would just do, hey, minimum wage, almost, just over. I'd like to do $30 an hour. Anybody out there need somebody to develop something at $30 an hour for a month? Honestly, I'm a little paranoid to do Fiverr. Because on Fiverr, these people offer some freaky fast work, man. I guess I've never tried to develop a website in a day. They on Fiverr, you go on there and you look up like developers or whatever. Well, I'll create a website for you in 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. And I'm like, really? Man, these guys are good. They are so out of my league. I don't know. I've never actually attempted to develop an entire website in a day or 2 days or 3 days. I visualize that's a week or two. You know, that's a couple. There's some time involved there. I mean, it's not a ton, but I'm just saying I can't do it in days. But in the same way, I see people like they have these game jams where they go 1, 2, or 3 day, create a game in 1, 2, or 3 days. It's a software game. And I'm like, freak, man. A functional game? See, in my mind, I see games as real games. The stuff you buy. My brain just doesn't see create a Pong replication. It's not how my brain thinks. And maybe that's the problem. But the thing is, if you keep thinking small like that, that's what you're going to develop, right? You're going to, I'm going to create a Pong app. And then you wonder why when you make a game, it don't sell. You know, it's because nobody wants a Pong app. Now, a lot of them are doing like adventure games. And I'm impressed by what people can whip up. They throw together this thing where this guy did one I was watching on a game stream where he used, was it Unity? In a few moments he had a forest up and a guy walking around and he was fighting monsters. But then, I mean, of course, it was a recorded video. I'm sure he clipped and clopped and the video was 20 minutes long, but it probably took him a full day. But still, he got it all going really fast. It's funny, I have my can of my Kickstarter here. It's almost empty. And I can every time I talk or speak up in any kind of volume, I hear this tinny echoey sound. I think my voice is bouncing off the inside of the can. I don't know. I gotta turn it or cover it up because that sound is driving me nuts. But yeah, I think my voice is bouncing off the inside of the can, which is unusual to say the least. Unless I've got something else around here that's echoing. Okay, let's see if I can get this back to working. All right, so we got my div. And so the problem may very well be so that still shows up behind. That is not. So this should show up on top, but for some reason I don't think the image mapper can act as a background. That's what I'm starting to determine. All right, so let's take this off. We'll just comment it out again. And then I'm going to go back up here. Not exactly sure why this indented itself so far. Oh, probably because that should probably be out one more. Yeah, that's way better. All right, let's see what happens. Right now, it's just about getting the layering going. I wonder what other dimensions you can use. Oh, that went black again. So setting it as a, so the problem is then it's not that it's in a div, it doesn't like being a background. Because that's the only thing I added. Nope, that's not what caused it. All right, what? It's not the div. Oh, maybe it was. Wait, never mind. Let's try this. Let's actually try saving it. And then running this. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so the problem is it doesn't want to be a background. Whatever reason, I can't make it be a background. Huh. All right, so huh. All right, let's go see if one of my buddies can figure this out. All right, so it seems the issue here is that when I set the image mapper property alt to background, that is, whoops, that is when it goes black. Apparently that is apparently that, okay, how do I not, oh, it's probably parently, yeah, wait a minute, that's how I spelled it the first time, oh, no, wait, two P's, A-R-E-N-T, but I spelled it like that, how come? Oh, probably because no, I was going to say because it was a sentence, but no. You just wanted to correct me. So you made me spell it wrong. Apparently, the image mapper cannot be set as a background. I say as a question mark to see if maybe you're correct. Oh, see? How come it doesn't just tell you that? I say, how do I set the image mapper to be a background? And then it just says, well, do this. And then it fails, and you're saying, oh, why is it failing? It's failing. And then I go, I solve it. I come back and go, it looks like this is the problem. It goes, oh yeah, no, that's a thing. So then why didn't you just tell me that when I tried to set it as a background in the first place? I know I ran this by you. The image mapper likely treats it as an image element rather than a background. Since you're trying to position the image as a background, current rendering logic doesn't support that natively. The alt attribute is standard for image elements and is meant to display alternative text if the image can't be loaded. When you assign an alt property, workaround, layer the image as a background. If you want to use the image purely as a background while maintaining the clickable map areas, you can structure your layout to layer the image separately and position the map on top. Oh, really? Well, that's a thought. So you go div, background image, image mapper, handle click, makes the image invisible, keeping the clickable areas. Huh. Really? I like that idea, but I'm still concerned. How would I layer other? It might not work. So the image basically goes visible, goes black or whatever, can't render it. But then I can't layer anything else over. But maybe I shouldn't. I'm starting to wonder if I should even bother. I have all this text that I want to put on this page, but maybe I need to do like a separate page. I kind of like it to be on the home page. Maybe I'll even put like a yeah. All right, let's do this. I'm going to try to do what it says. And we're going to try and drag. To be honest, this is so much more satisfying. It clears my brain of nonsense. Of the nonsense that's driven me down. But now I'm like, ooh, perking up again. I tell you, man, I was talking to, I want to say praying, but I don't know if I was actually praying. I think I was just complaining. I was just complaining to God. I'm like, you know, this would be so much less complicated if you would just tell me what your plan is. It's like, because I feel like there's been times when you are telling me this is it. This is the thing. And then days like today happen, and I'm like, oh, maybe you're not. Maybe you're telling me to give it just, dude, stop. Stop it. You know, because, you know, God speaks through other people sometimes, you know. He's like, maybe that's why everything collapsed today. And I think that's what got me depressed. I feel like maybe he was telling me something, saying, no, I'm not telling you to go write a video game. But then I just feel so much more satisfied when I am. But this is so much better. Why can't I do this? It's like, because it doesn't make any money and you need to go make money. It's like, but no buts. Just do what you got to do, man. but I've been doing the money-making thing for 20-some years. Can't I just do what I want now? No. You can do what you want when you're dead. It's like, wait, no, I can't. It doesn't work. Just communication. I'd say communicate. You can't say stuff like that, right? I mean, communication is not God's specialty. Just kidding. I'm sure you know what you're doing. Just don't. Let's just say understanding the way God communicates is not human specialty. Okay, wow. This human does not understand it. I can't get it. And people say, you got to listen. You got to pray. And you got to listen to that still small voice, they call it. And I'm like, no. When my brain starts creating voices in my head, I run down all kinds of weird roads. And trust me, they never pan out. I wouldn't know the difference between the still small voice that is God and the still small voice that is me making stuff up in my head. It's like, do this. It's like, okay. It's like, oh, nope. God's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. It's like, that's not what I said. So, you know, they mention the Holy Spirit, right? Like he's there. He's your comforter. He's who Jesus sent down to protect, guide, comfort, and basically do what he was doing for everybody, for us now, right? So the Holy Spirit's down here, basically guiding us, providing and comforting us. And I always visualize that as the Holy Spirit is kind of like your angel, your guardian angel. You've heard the term guardian angel, right? I mean, not everybody believes in it, and I don't really necessarily believe in a guardian angel either, because that's not really biblical. But kind of the Holy Spirit is kind of your guardian angel, right? So my thought is, as God is omnipresent, He's everywhere, and by that same fact, so is the Holy Spirit. So yeah, He can hear you. He's with you. He's guiding you. But also, I think that it's not beyond the realm of reality to have minor miracles. I call them minor miracles, being things that are not truly explainable, but they're also so small that people be like, is that really a thing? Here's one that I feel like a minor miracle being, it's one of those things that the Holy Spirit, God, or, is like, sure, I can do that. That's not going to break anything. It's not going to throw the world into chaos if I suddenly, because the idea of giving somebody the lotto, right? That's a major miracle. That's a big thing. I mean, well, if you believe God gave it to you, if you win, did God give that to you, or were you just lucky? Well, my belief is He gives it to you. Now, even some people are like, but some people didn't deserve it. My thought is, no, that might be true. But God may not have given it to them because they deserve it, because He knows what they're going to do with it, and what they do with it serves His purpose. So sometimes it's not about the person who gets the money, it's about what they're going to do with it. And, there's that whole thing. So it's like, is it just that you're going to do good with it? But maybe they blow it, and they blow it on the right people, or maybe they just blow it on the right one person. There's one person that He knows is going to be affected by whatever that person does, and the other things are just side effects. Not necessarily bad, but somebody blows all their money. It's like, well, you blew all your money. I mean, you just go, that's life. And it's not God's fault that they blew all their money. They're irresponsible. I mean, just like in the Bible with the the 3 slaves that were given money by their owner, and 2 of them did something smart with it, made more money, and they were rewarded and provided for. And then there was the one that was not so smart with it. And then he insulted the owner a bunch. He goes, well, you're such a terrible, rotten person, basically. So I just kind of buried it, made sure I didn't lose this money. And they go, and it's like, wow, okay, if I'm such a terrible, rotten person, the least you could have done is put it in the bank, right? So it at least makes interest. And then, of course, that particular slave was punished. But it's like, wow, dude, not only did you do nothing with the money, you insulted the guy. It's like, all right, maybe he is a terrible, rotten person, but yeah, so basically he wasn't smart with the money. And it's kind of like that, God gives you something and you're irresponsible with it. Your penalty is you lose it. You don't have nothing anymore. I mean, you're SOL, I guess. But anyway, minor miracle. This is what I'm talking about. And this is how it's the little things sometimes that you kind of go, yes, God is hearing you. And sometimes he can't reply in the big way you want. Or maybe he doesn't reply immediately. Maybe you just think he is. But there have been at least a couple of times in my life where it's a minor miracle. It's a miracle in that there is no way this could have worked. There's no way this happens without some kind of divine intervention. And you're going to laugh because you're going to go, really? That's the thing you're talking about? So I've run marathons, half marathons, and I've had to train a lot. So I always like to have my headset with me when I go out. There's a little Bluetooth headset connects to my phone. And I try to keep it charged and keep all that stuff ready so that when I go run, it's going to be good. Because I usually, when I'm training for a full marathon especially, I could have to run 15, 20 miles, and it's 2 or 3 hours worth of running. Well, apparently this one time, I went out and I didn't charge my headset. I didn't know that it was low, but I went out and I said, oh man, I got to go run 15, 16 miles, whatever it is today. And I was like, so I went out to the trail, and I put my Bluetooth headset in, started it up, and I said, all right, here we go. And it's kind of get myself ready, and I'm off. Just hit my timer and I'm off. Now, 100 yards into this run, it starts beeping at me, going, please recharge. Please recharge. And it's like, now it could do that like, and normally, and every time before that, and I'm talking about every freaking time before that, it'll do that, like it'll warn you like every minute for about 15 minutes, which in the case of me is about 2 miles. And then after 15 minutes, they just shut off. They'll shut off one at a time. One will shut off, and then the other one will shut off 5 minutes later or something. Usually, because they're kind of draining about the same pace. But it's like, please recharge. Please recharge. Whatever, every couple minutes. Normally. And it's like, every time in the past, and I probably killed them. I don't know, probably several times, 5 times. Sometimes when I go out to work out and I hadn't charged them, but usually it's only like for an hour or 45 minutes, and I never really think about it too much. I'm like, bummer. And so when they're about to die, I get annoyed. Either that or I get annoyed by the constant reminders, and I just take them out. And so anyway, I was running and I go, no, golly, I got 16 miles. I don't want to run in silence. So I start praying. I go, Holy Spirit, it's small. Nobody's going to know. Would you mind not letting my headset die, please? So I'll go, I'd appreciate it. I'd really like to be able to run a little bit longer, at least keep it going for a while. Now, I kid you not, they stopped reminding me. The headsets, after just 3 or 4 reminders, they just stopped reminding me. I didn't even notice at first. I was like just waiting for that next reminder, thinking it's coming, and I just kind of keep running. And I'm like, I've gone about 2 miles. I've run like 15 minutes since the last time it reminded me. I'm like, well, maybe they'll keep going just a little bit. Maybe they're not too bad. Kid you not, I ran the entire time, and they died about 50 feet from my car by the time I finished my run. I mean, literally, I was like, they didn't even remind me, I don't think. I don't even know if I got a reminder. they just stopped reminding me. And then I finished my entire run. I saw my car coming up. I was coming back to it because it was a there and back kind of thing. I was coming back to it, and they just shut off. And then it just clicked on me. I'm like, freaking A. They lasted like however long I was running, almost 3 hours, before, and never died. And all I did was ask. And I was like, it's such a minor thing. And I'm like, huh. That's to me, that was a pretty amazing example, right? And I just thought it was really cool. But, you know, it's one of those things. It's just, people probably even look at me, are you sure? Did it really remind you? Is this supposed to? I mean, maybe they weren't really weak. It's like, I'm telling you, man, it got me through the entire run. They lasted the entire time. But I thought it was a pretty amazing, tiny, minor miracle. But it was enough to prove to me that, you know, he's listening. Just doesn't always come through like you think, and doesn't always does. It's not always obvious what he's telling you or what he's saying. But that little thing there, as little as it was, to me was huge, because it just basically said, look, I'm here, I'm listening. It doesn't always come like you think, but I hear you. And that was like my singular item of proof, as minor as it was. And it was a pretty cool little thing that he did. But so just in that in itself, I find myself, like I said, complaining or whining or whatever it is to God, going, why are you being so quiet? Why is it so hard to know what you want? But I don't know. just one of those things. Just got to deal with it, figure it out. And I always try to go by some people. Then you go to church and they go like, you can't trust your feelings, right? You don't know, this feels right. This feels wrong. You can't always trust your feelings because you don't know. Maybe just what you want versus what you don't want. And I can believe that, because there's things I don't want, feels bad. There's things I do want, like I don't want to get certain types of jobs, but I know I need a job. So it's like, do I really have any say? It's not really. Maybe that's what God wants to give me. And my thinking is, if somebody calls me and offers me a job, God's saying, take it. This is your job. I can't really say no, especially at a state where I'm in now, where it's like any job offered to me at this point is like, okay, I guess that's what I'm doing, because it's not like I got 3 job offers on the table. It's like you can't go 6 months or 8 months or 10 months and then be picky. So far it's been 0, but it's like once that job comes in, offer, I got to take it. I don't care what it is. I mean, if it's a job that sounds miserable to me and they offer me a job, I'm going to take it. I'm just going to go do it because, that's what God gave me. But that's what I'm telling myself anyway. Now, he's probably like, no, that's not what it is. Maybe somebody's just calling you to offer you a job that I don't want you to take, but how would I know that? Do you hear me? How would I know? But it's like, so I think it's quite possible. And this is another thing. I feel like this feels like the right thing to be doing. And it's like, he probably knows, because God knows everything. He knows that I'm going to take whatever comes. So he's not letting anything come, because he has other plans for me. That's why I get 0 calls, 0 options, 0 things, because he knows that at this point or any point in the last several months, if I was offered anything, no matter how bad it is, I would take it, thinking he was giving it to me. So he's just going, well, he obviously isn't going to listen if I tell him no on this job, because he's not able to hear me or whatever. So I had to just make sure he doesn't get anything. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking God's keeping me from offers because he's got something else in mind. Or maybe it's an offer that's coming that he wants me to wait for. I don't know. But he's just making sure that in the meantime, I don't stumble over my own fears and and take the wrong job. And but it's like, if I take the wrong job and he's got some other job lined up, it's not like I can't just say, okay, I quit, I'm going to this other job. You know, but I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I gotta believe he's got something for me, because minor miracles, major miracles, he's capable. Now I don't think a job is a miracle necessarily, but never know if it's the right job. It could be a miracle, because maybe I'm not qualified for it, but somebody offers it to me anyway. Who knows? All right, so let's fix this. What am I doing? I am trying to get this image to allow me to layer it. See, right now I can't layer it. I have this guy on top. But I might be okay with this. It gave me a trick to maybe layer it, so I'm going to try it. Let's see what this little concept it has. I don't mind these pre-fill colors, chords. Yeah, I guess it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it didn't change any of that. And then right now I'm not positioning these squares at all, because I need to. Right now I'm not positioning these squares because I need to get the image working correctly first. So let's try this guy. So right here, got my image mapper. But he's saying put the he. Yes, AI is a he. I wonder if women call it a he. Or is it just a gender thing? So women call it a he, or guys call it a he, and women call it a she. And then there's everybody else who call it an it. Or just AI. They go, AI says this, AI says that. I for some reason give it a persona. Like Alexa is a she, because it's a female's name, right? Even though you could give it Echo's a guy. You give Echo a guy's Echo a guy.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Shh! Stop listening to me. No, not true. I mean, no. Just don't respond to me right now. Anyway, Echo's a guy. Echo's a different device. It just sounds like a guy's name. But I don't know. I just by default give it a gender specific. And no, I don't call it non-binary. Which, by the way, it's impossible for an AI to be non-binary. It's not even a possibility. So, sorry to all those who consider themselves non-binary. Computers cannot be non-binary. Now, can they be male or female? I don't know. But non-binary is not an option. I know I probably said something significantly controversial there. I'm going to get canceled. Oh no, I'm not going to have any followers anymore. I'll go from 4 to 1, because I will always follow me. I can't cancel myself. I've never gotten that mad at me. So we're gonna destroy you, man. I'm gonna wipe out all your followers. It's like, but it's true. If a computer was non-binary, it would not be in existence. All right, so where am I at? Background image. So that's my background image. Oh, I kind of took it out. All right, so basically, it's just using this image. Oh, they put an image on a div. Oh, interesting. So this guy is in the div. And then the image mapper is inside of the div? Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, weird. It's not inside the div. The div has just got its own little tag. Huh. Oh. Weird. So it's doing this. I don't know, this is probably so this should probably be this guy. Alright, so then inside of that I got my image mapper, which is going to be my source, my map, my on-click, my style, and it's taking out pretty much everything. I still think I want this, and I guess we just got to take the opacity. Opacity? Is it opacity or opacity? And then we'll take these guys out and this guy out. I don't know what that's going to do, but we'll dump it anyway. All right. Let's see what it does. Drum roll, please. All right, so I got two different images here. That's the background. I said opacity to 0. I am not seeing a 0 opacity here. Opacity? Opacity? Huh. Well, it does have to overlap it perfectly. So if it doesn't overlap it perfectly, then when I put my boxes over it, it's not going to work. The bottom one is sizing properly. The top one is not. So, did I miss something? Source, map, on click, style, width, height. Well, maybe I need to do this just because maybe it'll be in cohesion. Oh, okay, so it does it with, oh yeah. That might be the problem. Let's do this. Be 100% of whatever that division is. Let's see this. Now, if it completely sizes along with it, which it does not appear to be, that's still fixed. It's still not working. Let's refresh it. Now, the bottom one still sizes, which is the background image. The top one is not imaging, but I need my image to be basically the same thing. It does have the 100. 100? 100? So I can't complain to AI until I've made sure that I'm matching it exactly. So I know I copy and pasted this. So that should be a thing. So I got map. Click, width, 100, 100. Object fit, contain. Oh, it's not doing object fit. All right, we'll take object fit out. Maybe it's the object fit that's causing me the problem. Feeding it to the masses here. Nope, that's still not working. All right, let's stop it and try to recompile it, because that sometimes actually is a thing. So We'll close you up. We're putting you out of a job right now because you've been kind of letting me down, my friend. Like I said, Copilot's kind of like the junior AI. Sometimes you have to go to the senior, the more experienced AI. Which would be ChatGPT 4.0, which is probably the best one. Some of the others are pretty good, though, in the way they lay out code and the way they answer code and even explain the code. Claude's pretty good. I've had Claude solve a lot of problems, too, but with the limited usages of Claude. I have limited uses of 4.0, too, but I had a lot. You realize in all this, in the 3 weeks or 2 weeks, I guess it's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Really, only 2 weeks? Maybe it has been 3 weeks. I'll have to look. Since I switched over to this channel, I've gained 0 followers. I mean, I've got 4, but that was just the 4 people who switched over or joined it when I first started. I had 4 pretty much when I switched. Gained 0 since then. Ugh. So I was telling a friend of mine the other day who was on here chatting with me that I'm second guessing. In the long term, it's probably a good idea, but I'm second guessing doing it. I'm resisting the urge to go back with my programming, go back to the other channel. What I want to do, I'm going to do, I might even do that either tonight or tomorrow. I'm going to create a thumbnail, and I'm going to put it on all of the streams that I have on my other channel and say PFFM programming moved to blah channel. And hopefully that'll get some people to switch. I don't know. But that's only if they go back and look at the old videos. See, it doesn't do any good if they're not. But it's any for new, because some of those have quite a few viewers, so maybe they're getting a little momentum. In which case, I want to, tell those people. All right, so I ran the build. Okay, so before I... Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. I want to get this done because I want to start working on the game plans and the plays, but I wanted to get the front page kind of... I'm trying to update the front page so it looks a little cooler. Oh, see, we're still getting weird. Only the bottom one. And I even set it exactly. I even set the opacity to 0, which isn't working. So let's take everything that is this div, just in case I missed something. Since I've now pretty much implemented exactly what it said, I'm just going to do the whole thing. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Image mapper is not resizing at all now. Also, opacity is still at 100%, even though it is set to 0 in your code. I'm going to give it my code to look at. So this way it's working with what I have instead of guessing. Ensure image mapper resizes properly. To make image mapper responsive, you need to use wrapper with relative dimensions and recalculate the map's coordinates dynamically if resizing occurs. Unfortunately, React Image Mapper doesn't natively support responsive maps, so additional steps are required. Huh. It doesn't, responsive maps aren't supported, huh? I didn't know that. But still, it's a difficult thing. But if it's got the logic, I thought that was kind of its whole purpose, was being able to track. I mean, I thought that's what the other time, when I first took it on, I thought that was what its purpose was, to be able to track the page. That's how Copilot explained it to me, but Copilot apparently doesn't know what it's talking about. Same way Copilot didn't know that you can't layer an image mapper without doing some kind of hocus pocus, which is basically what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to do me some hocus pocus to make this work. And this page is really this page is supposed to be really simple, but it's going to be more complicated because it needs to be. It's got more functionality than it's doing right now, and that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to set up the image mapper so I can set up cool links. Cool links. I call them cool links. Oh, it blew up. It blew up. Why? Use state not defined. Oh, do I not have use state in my React? I don't even have React at the top of my app. Holy cow, man. How are we doing? At least it loaded. Still not being... Oh, my maps are responsive, but the map on which it sits is not. Oh, weird. It's being responsive to the underscreen. Okay, well that's cool. So my image is pointless. The image doesn't resize, but apparently that's not necessary. So would this go off the map then? If I go really big, oh, that won't work because almost goes off the screen, but it does look like it could go off the screen if I set the image far enough off. But I would think my image needs to... I don't like this image, by the way. See how weird the football field looks? It's all warpy. When it gets big, it gets all weird. It's some of these are cool, but like the image is good. But look at the way the parking lot is. Look at the cars are just like little blurry smooshes of line. Like, I will say this one thing that AI art is not good at. It's drawing lines or even words. Words are the worst. Look at this. It's got a scoreboard here where the scoreboard part is on the outside. And that same outside is on the inside on that side. So over there it's on the inside, on this side it's on the outside. But look, the stadium is relatively good. The line goes around the top pretty good. Even the vertical lines or horizontal lines are pretty good. I don't expect these words to be readable, but it should be nice to have this stuff not look like somebody was like we had a water lens over the top. I thought I kind of liked this, but it just looks awkward. Like, is this supposed to be a car or is that a table? And are these two little cars? This is why you get real artists when you want to do work. Look at these weird cars, man. The roofs are all smashed up. It looks like all these cars, like these ones look like boats. They got pointy noses and they're driving down the road. That one looks kind of like a boat. Another boat. But as you get back here, no, they're all pretty much boats. That one kind of looks like a little van. The rest of these look like boats driving down the road. Speedboats. And at least 3 of them are on their right side of the road, but these 2 are driving down the center. These guys are all driving down the center of the road. AI art, man. I have to use AI art, though. It's free. What can I do, man? All right, so it didn't really fix my issue, but it does give me hope that maybe if I can make the image disappear, it might work. I'm trying to think. This should be sitting on top of this, though, because they're not floating over the background. Image mapper boxes are not floating over the background. They do resize, but they seem anchored to the left, while the background is centered. I'm trying to decide if and there probably is a way to prevent the image from getting too big. It's like once the app gets like to a certain point, like if you resize the image, well, maybe it won't be so bad if it moves, as long as people know. As long as you can only click on the image, right? All right, well, let's see what it did. So obviously it made a change to this upper part. Update dimensions. Eek. It's getting really big, this top part. It's getting, what I dare say unruly. Seems like a lot. All this just, I'm glad I'm not putting a lot on this page. This page is just going to have some links and this image. It's all it's going to do. But it is starting to get a little complex. Oops, did it fail or do we? No, maybe it's okay. It's still, oh, I see. Is it staying on the left? No, it's still not doing it. Nope, that didn't work. It is resizing with this thing, but it's not moving on it. Did it make any changes even to the bottom part? I mean, I guess I can try. I don't think it did, but Oh, it did do something here. All right, so image mapper. Boy, this is really getting in the weeds. All right, so image mapper is going to do this map thing. And we'll just change this before the handle click. Style. Oh, it did a lot more than that. I gotta go all the way down. All right, Control S. All right, so let's, where are we at? Where are we at? What's the name? Oh, well, now it seems to be moving with the underlying image. All right. Huh. It is in relationship to the underlying image, not to this. Okay, so... Okay. We are closer. However, the image after image is still visible, and it is clinging to the left, even though the link shapes are moving with the let's say correctly with the background image. Yes, that's exactly what we need. How do you fix it? That's what I need. I need you to just I don't even know what's being changed because it doesn't call it out. So the more code this says, the harder and harder it gets to know what's changing. I'm hoping it's something in this piece because it's easy to track that. Okay, so we got the image mapper. Image mapper, blah, 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 blah. Hiding the image mapper image. Set opacity to 0. It's already 0, unless you took it out. Add pointer events, none, to ensure no interaction with the invisible image. Just dynamically with the browser window size, keeping the clickable. Okay, so that's fine. So I don't know what pointer events do, but it did take that out, but I did have opacity and it didn't do squat. I don't think this works. Because I had opacity in here before. No, that doesn't work. Nope. Opacity didn't do anything. Set to 0. We can take an alternative approach to ensure the image mapper image is completely hidden. Here's an updated approach to force the image mapper image to be invisible. Okay. Let's see what it does, because I want to see what the outcome is. Oh, shoot. I'm not going to make it. I guess I'm not going to that. I had a game designers meetup at 6:30 in Redmond, which is actually quite a drive from here. It's at least a 30-minute drive, and I totally spaced it. I thought I set a reminder, but if I did, I didn't see it. So it was at 6:30, which is my time is right now. So I'm not getting anywhere. I could drive there, get there by 7, because I doubt that they'd be gone in 30 minutes, but I just don't want to. It's so late. All right, what did it do? The image use map selector hides the image element rendered by image mapper completely by using display none important. Clickable areas remain. Clickable areas are still functional. Alignment fix. The coordinates for clickable areas are dynamically. Setting alt to an empty string avoids any default rendering behavior in some browsers. Okay, so it's putting in somewhere. I don't know where it's. Oh, alt. It put alt down at the end. Just threw it in there in the styles. Not even in the styles. It just threw it after the styles. So it goes alt equals there. And then it did something up here. Update dimensions. Image width, image height, blah, 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 image ratio, offset, height image, offset width 2, offset ratio image 1, 2. Container dimensions, width, height, offset, x. Okay, so that must not be the thing. Resize, resize. Square. Okay, so that's none of that. So is there something in here? Name link, rec, link. Okay, so I'm not seeing any change. Okay, so yeah, none of it's there. So it must be a change it made down here. Container ref. Div, have some width, fix, container, no repeat, center. We got source, map, area map, chords, la 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 la, handle click, style, width, height, position absolute, x, y. Took out the pointer events nonsense. So apparently I don't need that. Oh, use CSS to hide the image. Oh, that's a whole nother little click down here put in here. And that's going to be outside of this guy. Huh, did that work? Well, I'll be... Wait. It kind of sort of worked. My boxes disappear when I start resizing. They vanished. Weird. All right, let's change this guy to. I want to have one go to my coaching profile. So we're gonna have a coaching profile. Name React href. Okay, so the link I want is gonna be. All right, so we're on the home page. We're going to go back. It's not in the same area. And that one's going to go to simulator. Simulator? That's what it's called, right? Yeah, simulator. Simulator. Actually, I think that's all I need. It's going to go to simulator, which will exit the format the page. And then this one. Oops. This one's going to go to game plan. Because I don't have playbook ready yet, so we'll call it the coach. All right, so that at least gives me some links that are supposedly going to be valid. But it does seem they disappeared on me, so I'm going to close this. And my links did disappear, so I'm actually going to change my image. I'm going to try this other image. I like this fantasy image I'm using. I don't know, because I'm like I said, I'm going for kind of a more fantasy effect, fantasy looking effect. Not just fantasy football, but fantasy football. Like goblins and creatures. Because a lot of your players are going to be creatures. Because that's what I said they're going to be. But they're all going to play the same. I know I said this before, but I got to make sure that anybody who sees this later is going to go like, what? No, they're going to play the same. But I was thinking it'd be kind of cool, though, is like, say they play like regular football. The game works like regular football. They move, they run, they tackle, whatever, like regular football. But when they score or do something cool, they'll have their own like animations. You know, like maybe the Island Lions will fly up in the air and beat their chest or roar or something, you know? And then you have other characters that would do something that pertains to their, like maybe the lizards might be like raptors. Ooh, that'd be cool. And then when they do their celebration, they all come around and they look down at the guy they just tackled, or they all get together in a group like a bunch of raptors huddling together. You know, they all have their own little animations. I think it'd be kind of cool to have every league or every mascot or type. But maybe it's only when that particular type scores, because some teams will have multiple characters. Like, it's not always based on the team. It's based on the team that they're from. So like any Denver Bronco that comes into the game, which would be a card, Denver Broncos, even if they're traded or whatever, the first team that any player is on is either the card they came into the game as, or they are they're either a card they came into the game as, or they're the first team that they join. They are that team. So if you take like a generic player who's never been on a team yet, and you draft him or pick him up from free agency, he's going to be your team's type. So your team's mascot. So he'll just take that model. That'll be his model forever. He gets assigned a model when he's drawn to a team, and he's that guy. So if you trade him to someone else, he's going to be the model he was. So if somebody trades him or picks him up in free agency, you're going to know, because he was either a card that came in that way or he was your guy at one point. I'm still trying to work out the logic. One of the things I've noticed at trades, I don't know how some of these other games do them. I haven't played enough of these other games hours-wise to know what they all do. But I'm thinking that I'm trying to come up with logic that makes... Because some of these games, when they do trades with you, they offer trades to you. They just basically offer you a draft pick for somebody. They want somebody, they offer you draft picks. I want the game to be like, well, I need a better this, and I have this. I want to offer trades for this. So if they see something, they're going to be offering trades. And you may even see trades that happen between computers. So sometimes the computer may just take it. Sometimes it won't. Because if each computer team you render like a week, they decide what they want. They make trade offers to other teams. And then the other teams can respond right away, just as they would if you offered a computer AI a trade. But if they offer you a trade, well, it's going to be locked until you respond. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to change my image because I want to use this image instead. We'll call it, I think it's the web. This one. It's going to be 1. Web. And I don't think this matters because it's not being shown and it's relative to the other spot, but it's going to go 1. The only reason I stopped using this in the first place was because I was having that other issue and I thought maybe it was the image's fault. It was not, so I can switch back. Mostly because this one doesn't appear to have the same significance of visual flaws. Plus it's a little bit more fantasy-like. I don't know, it just has more of that feel or sense of a fantasy homepage. And like I said, I'm really trying to dig into and build off of the fantasy style. Fantasy like, I basically use Tolkien fantasy. Because if I said fantasy regularly, it was giving me like futuristic sci-fi fantasy. I didn't really want that. I wonder if I could do like a D&D style. Well, what is D&D style? Yeah, my boxes aren't showing up now. Great. And why is this staying on the bottom? It's like it only goes up when... See, like it's not staying in the screen. Kind of fits there. But I need to stay in the screen. Okay, well, let's figure out why my boxes aren't showing up. It should still be right around here. I should be getting like link options here somewhere. I am not. Okay, so I put... Alright, so my boxes have stopped showing up. It did get rid of the image, but... Does that fix it? Ugh. Boo. Wait. Boo. Boo? Boo. What's going on? Stop it. Oh, did I kill too much again? I do that sometimes. Let's take this out. Nope, style. Nope, that's all good. Unless it's, nope, it's all good. Something about not liking my nullifying CSS there. Okay, so, yeah. It's kind of weird. Guess it's staying on the left. And if I size it, I suppose. All right, well, let's say that's working. But my image is not vanishing though. And when I did the CSS, Well, the image disappears with that, but so do the boxes. I think I'm gonna go get me some chocolate chip cookies and milk. Could have a chocolate chip cookie ice cream sandwich. We have that. But they're like, you know, it's like one of those store-bought ones. It's not truly, not homemade chocolate chip cookies, which I cooked last night. And by cooked, I mean I did not mix them. My son and his girlfriend, I guess, I don't know, at the moment anyway, she was, and they made them up and then they froze some. So I decided to cook some of the ones they froze. The dough. The clickable area box disappears along with the image. It is likely due to the display none rule. The area elements that define the interactive zones rely on the image for mapping coordinates, so hiding it also removes the interactivity. To fix this, still hiding the visible image, we need to render the image invisibly instead of removing it. For example, use visibility hidden instead of display none. Okay. So is that a CSS change, or is that a whole nother thing? Visibility hidden. Can I do that? Let's see if that works. I guess it's in here. Visibility hidden. Is that part of a styles? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. Well, let's see what that does. Control S. Drum roll, please. Brrr. Nope, something crashed. Hidden is not defined. Visibility hidden. I'm looking to see if I know how to spell correctly. Oh, well, it may be that it's not in quotes, maybe? I hope that's the problem, because if it's truly that visibility just doesn't exist, I'm going to be in trouble. Oh. Well, I thought it was something, but the image is still there. Visibility. No! It says no to the visibility. It says hidden is not defined, but it's because that was spelled wrong. Dang. Dang. Dang McDangs a lot. Oh, I was looking so forward to this working, but I have a feeling it is not going to work. I think we've tried everything. I think it's going to go, sorry, man. You know one thing I've noticed that AI does? It doesn't admit defeat. It'll keep trying to tell you to do something even after it's proven that it doesn't work. Ultimately, I think this just doesn't work. Let's see. Hides the image mapper, keeping the DOM. Adjust clickable areas. The clickable areas dynamically adjust their position and size based on resizing. Well, we already know that. This ensures the image mapper element remains active. Huh. Display none. Now it is possible that I missed something. I got to give it the image mapper. Let's go ahead and copy, see if I missed something that I don't see. I don't think I missed anything. It looks exactly like I did it, but whoa, oh, it changed the image. It's like, no. Change the image, still doesn't work. Just, I forgot to tell it that I changed the image. For whatever reason, it's staying tiny now. Still looks fine, does its thing fine, but it's still there. Did it make a change somewhere up here? I don't think it would, because I don't think any of this stuff matters. This is all about the boxes themselves. So I don't think that's a thing. All right. Really? Wow, we're really digging into the weeds here, man. It's got some interesting thoughts, but I'm like, really? Use a transparent placeholder image. PNG or base64 encoded transparent. Keep the original image as the background and ensure the image mapper handles coordinates properly. So basically they're thinking, okay, well, let's just put a crap image in there. Make it tiny. And yeah, we'll just go with that. So instead of, look, the source is this weird thing. See what that does. I am curious. I wouldn't. Well, look at that. It's just like, wow, base64. And it's something only. That's like something only AI would know, right? Oh yeah. By the way, I've this here in my binary world. This thing exists. You want to try this? Look at that. Who would have thought that? I'm like, okie dokie. Well, it's a cool idea there, AI, but yeah, that doesn't exist, or doesn't know what to do with that. So it's weird because it'll resize with the background, no problem. I mean, the boxes work fine. They work great, except for the image itself is blocking my, screwing with me. It's like it's so close to being right. If I could just make the image not show. Because it doesn't matter what the image is. Theoretically, it should just map to the back image. Because it seems like a tiny image works. Like, what if I just change this to something super small? I'm just curious. Something so small that it doesn't... that it doesn't have any issues with it. So, like, what if I put, like, my... I don't know. Where's my football? My football's pretty tiny. Which one am I using? That one? That one? Must be this one. That looks like the right one. And we're going to take football2.png and just stick something. I'm going to go ahead and try my own little thing here. So we're going to go take... I'm going to take this. Actually, let's go like this. back image. No, it's yeah, images backslash football one.png. How? Huh. Does it not? Where is the football? I thought it should be there. So I don't need two of these. Yeah, something went wonky. Let's go ahead and shut this down for a minute. Go back over here. We're going to go ahead and do a localhost. I'm a guy, this is why I have to work out every day. I'm a guy who at nighttime needs sweets. Now, usually I don't eat a ton because I'm pretty good at not eating too much. But every night, what's for dessert? Store-bought or otherwise, I gotta have it. Don't know what to tell you, man. I've got issues. I got me some issues that I can't get myself over. Football one.png. Oh, maybe I had the wrong path. Maybe. Hey, it's there. But where's the football? I would think it'd be up here, sitting around, hidden. And we're not even hidden. It should just be sitting up here somewhere. Oh, but look, my boxes disappear. It's like they're there until I try to move the screen. Do they even show up if I? It's like it just didn't refresh. That's why it's like the football doesn't show. But if I change, is it football 1? Maybe I got to make sure I have the right football. Oh, it's football 2. That doesn't exist. Huh. Well, it is football 2. But why does one work and the other doesn't? Images. Let's hit stop. Close it off. Control Z. So that's the one that works. And it's FOTBAL 2.png. It's the only thing I changed, so there shouldn't be any reason. I expect to see like a little tiny football up in the corner. That's what I'm expecting to see. I think what the problem is, it's like it's letting me, it blows up because the image I want to use is too small. It's like the boxes can be moved with the image, but only if they're contained inside the image. So if my image is too small, they'll move with the background image, but I have a feeling they will not move off of the background image, off of the front image. So if my front image is not resizing with the background, it's not going to let it work. Because I will extend off of it, and I think that's why this isn't working. So like if I go like this, and then I hit Control S, hopefully it'll reappear. Yeah, see now it reappears because now these boxes fit inside of the, it's, even though it's resizing to the outside image, see, the outside image does whatever and it resizes. The inside image does not, but okay, so maybe I don't need to layer it. Maybe I just need to say screw this bottom image and see if I can just make this resize. Because I think ultimately the problem is going to be that this just does not resize with, it's resizing with the background image fine, but the front image just doesn't go away. So I think I need to make the front image the image I'm working with, which might be okay, but because I think my main screen probably doesn't need stuff like this. I could probably make this be a pop-up or a dialogue or some other thing based on the link that I provide, but I don't think I need. I could probably just make this the singular page. So I think I'm just going to swap to that. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I had to get my chocolate, my chocolate fix, chocolate protein, chocolate cookies. Now I can focus. I'm gonna redirect my image. So I'm gonna try not to put it overlay. I think it'll work for me fine. I was trying to put that other image over the top, and I think ultimately it just became a pain in the rear. I think, although the boxes will resize with the background, if they will not extend or move out of the image mapper box. If the image mapper image is too small, they just vanish. So, that said, I think it will be fine if I just use the image mapper with no background. Just need it to resize in the same way. I will not use the layering provided by the index. I don't know, what did he do? Background image. Yeah, opacity doesn't work. See, it's trying to go back. Once you start going around in circles where it's trying to change the opacity, opacity doesn't work. It doesn't change it to nothing. I tried that already. Doesn't work. Has no effect. Kind of like visibility had no effect. Ensure the image right time. I'm going to resize it. Okay, so I'm going to go updated code. This might have some changes to the main top part because now we're no longer trying to map to the child, to the image on the bottom. I was kind of doing that. That's how I work with the football field. It's resizing the images, resize and shape according to the background image, and I layer images over the top. It worked pretty good, but I wasn't using the image mapper, which is trying to use sections of the field. It's a more complicated layout. to some extent, I was kind of doing an image mapper style thing with my images, sizing and reshaping according to the size of the football field, and still playing in their coordinate. Problem is, you have to figure it. It's like, I guess in theory, image mapper's trying to do that, but my brain is going 1,000 miles an hour. I'm almost thinking I could just write it to just put boxes on top that act as links. Just right over the top and say, screw image mapper, just do it myself. But I just don't think I need it. I mean, it's like, why go through all that? It simplifies it quite a bit in doing it this way. Anyway, so why reinvest the wheel? I don't think I need the layering. I just don't think I need it. I think I could put maybe. Okay, so I'm starting to have concerns. Wait a minute. I might not. Shoot. I'm going to try something. Is it possible to create a shape that sits on top of background image and acts as a hyperlink that repositions with the resizing of the background? Similar to what image mapper is doing without using image mapper. I'm wondering, because, all right, so I'm thinking I want my image but I'm thinking I'm going to put other images on top of my image. Like, for example, I have like this image here, right? So if my image is resizing, whatever, it's fitting the screen or doing whatever it does. But then I might have like a bunch of icons down here that sit right on top of the image. And I'm afraid if I can't layer on top of Image Mapper anything, I won't be able to do that. Oh, come on. Oh. So did it not answer my question? That doesn't look much more complex than it was. Set container size. I would have to do one of these probably for every item. Background. And where is it putting the container at? Oh, container ref up here. So that's basically what I did in my on my other page. Tempted to do that because then I have full control over everything. And then, I mean, if really all it's doing is the same thing I was doing, why use Image Mapper? Image Mapper is a pain in the butt, so I don't know if I could put images on top of Image Mapper because of the fact that I can't use it as a background. So I won't be able to just plop something over it. And if I want to put some images down here that act as like buttons, you know, act as like alternate links. And I'm thinking of a lot of games that have a similar screen like this, but then you have a few just fixed options. Like maybe it's a settings button or an account button or something that doesn't have a spot on your image map. You know, they're going to just have, you know, just you maybe, you know, maybe it's a little thing like some games have the coinage at the top. You can click on it and it'll take you to the store. We can go buy more coins if you want more coins. Again, mind you, my game, I'm trying to design it, and I will be designing it wholly, if not mostly, where almost everything is purchasable, with the exception of earnable with playtime. But at the same time, no blocks on you playing. If you play a ton, you get what you want. You get what you want eventually. It might be a little slow for some items. I don't want to make it so slow that you're like, oh, it's going to take me a year to get that. I'm even thinking of ideas that might even take the pay part to being like, what's a reasonable amount to spend on a game in a year? If I were to buy a brand new game, the thing is, I don't want to call it a subscription model, right? Because I don't like subscriptions. Subscription models imply that at the end of the year you can't play anymore. So it'll never be that. So never mind. But like an annual pass. But there are things that I might come out with frequently, or new things, or things that it's like sometimes being given everything might actually be kind of boring. You know, it's like, well, they're just giving it to me. Maybe you get it only if you check in. Like it doesn't just go into your account. You have to come and play at least to unlock the items. You know, if you don't show up in December, you're not going to get the Christmas stuff. You have to at least show up. That'd be the only requirement, I think, so that you can come in, and if you want to earn some special thing, the only requirement is, it's kind of like having a season pass that you buy for a month, and then if you don't play it all, you still don't earn those things. It just makes them easy to earn. You can earn them in a season pass. So maybe I set up like an annual pass, and it gives you pretty much everything you can get. But there might be still some things that you can buy along the way. But like instead of paying $120 for like if you pay $10 a month for a season pass, which is usually a month long, or some games it's like a week long, isn't it? Like I think, isn't Watcher of Realms? I think the Watcher of Realms season pass. No, I guess it is a month. I can't remember. I feel like it was only, yeah, maybe it's a month. But so you play to kind of complete that. But maybe to be reasonable, you can buy like an annual pass. It's going to cost like the price of a video game, $70. And you can get the whole year's. It'll be save you a bunch of money, but you can get it, and you basically get all the season passes for a full year. But you still have to come and play them. You don't just get them, you know, because that's kind of the whole point. Get you to come and play the game and stay there and be part of the season, be part of everything that's going on. Because to simply get the stuff means if you don't show up, I mean, just like a lot of games do that. If you pay for a month of play and you don't play one day, well, you don't get the benefits of playing for a month. That's how it works. You buy a season pass and you only play one day, you still only get what you did in a day. You don't get the others. It's just unlocked for you. You can get there and get it. Everything's an option. But it's still about, you got to participate, because the game needs you to participate to have players, to have other people play against. But I think getting everything for a year are all of the passes for a year at a price that's more like a real video game rather than being, because right now if you wanted to play like Marvel Snap or a lot of these games where you pay $10 to play a season pass, it's usually about 10. I assume it's $10. I know Diablo was $10, and Marvel Snap is $10, but that's $120 a year. That's a lot to pay for a game. Yeah, you can pay for a lot of other stuff too, but sometimes I wish I could get those, but I don't want to spend $10 a year. But if I knew that it would be like, well, if I paid for a year, I can get all the season passes, and it's a lot cheaper. And so people might just be inclined to go, well, I like this game. I'm just going to buy a year and get all the season passes. I can play every month, every day, and I get everything that the season pass has. I think I'm going to do something like that. And the season passes, again, are not going to be things that are gameplay affecting, in the sense that it's not going to make your guys faster, stronger, better. You're not going to get better cards necessarily. They're just random like any other pack. And are you going to get more packs? Well, it's kind of the same thing with any game, right? You buy a collectible card game. True, you spend a lot of money, you buy more cards. Is that pay to win? Kind of, I guess. Is it the people with the biggest wallets win? Yeah, I suppose. So again, I don't like that. I don't like it, so I may not do it. I do like the ability of people getting cards, but I think, and the way the game works is it's like you got 40, 50 guys on your team, right? I don't know, whatever the roster limit's going to be. And you have a salary cap. So even if you get good cards, it's going to change your roster cap. And if you're playing in a league, all you can do is submit them. If you're in a league that's already going and you get cards, you can add them to your collection, and you can submit them for the next season's draft, and you can get those cards. But they're draftable, which means you only get them on your team if you draft them. Some of those guys may not be good enough, so you may draft them just because you have them and you want to try to build up. It'd be kind of cool to be able to allow people to create like their own custom card that they can work on. But I think I might do that. Allow you to have a custom card that acts as a career card. So basically, you can do different things. I don't know how I'm going to define the. I have to work on something about that. But everybody would get this custom card, and it just becomes your card. You can create one card of whatever kind of character you want. Design them to be whatever you want. Play into a certain position that you want, but otherwise you're just playing with other cards that are in the game. But you have your one guy that is your guy. And maybe he's got high potential, just so that you can do more with him. But he might take a long time to develop. Like maybe he takes 10 seasons to get him fully developed. I don't know, something like that. You got to play him a lot. Where was I? I totally derailed myself again. Oh, gosh darn it, Ken. Stay on topic, man. You're just falling off the train all the time. I'll keep stopping the train. Come and get you. Stop it. You need to stay on the tracks, my friend. It's just too hard to keep up with your nonsense and rambling. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and try and fix this. Let's go back to what I was doing. I'm really thinking now I want to go away from the image mapper altogether. I was thinking I'm going to use it, but then I don't know that I can put an image on top of it. What if I want to put an image on top of the image mapper? I think the image mapper is going to just push everything off. And I don't like that. Yeah. All right. Let's do it. I'm dumping it. I'm going to do it the other way. All right. So my background image is going to be basically the same thing I did before. Or my background image is what it is. I have my background image with my div here. But instead of using image mapper nonsense, I'm going to dump this. I think image mapper's got potential, but just right here, I don't think it's going to work because I can't layer over the top of image mapper. And I just don't like that. Because every time I try to put something on earlier, they all want to go side by side. There's no like image overlap. Unless it's set up as a background with different Z index. And that doesn't work apparently with the image mapper. So. Okay, so if that's my image, so now if I do this, we probably just get a plain screen here. Yeah, okay. And then dude, it's going good, man. How's it going with you? You're funny, man. You wakey. Yeah, me? Are you the one falling asleep? It's 10:30 for you. Are you like sleeping in between? I noticed it's like you come back and you say like a line, and then an hour and a half later you come back. Hey, I'm doing this, and I just got back. How's it going? It's like okay. After a few minutes, I'm like, yeah, he's not there no more. So I can say all kinds of things about you, and I know you won't hear me. Just kidding. I'm gonna do that. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go check now. I'm gonna rewind and go see what you were saying about me. No, don't worry. Wasn't saying nothing. I'm just messing. But I've changed directions like 3 times on this. I decided to dump the image mapper. It's not serving my purposes. I was saying, I know you were saying that you were unemployed, but didn't you say you had a job or something that over the New Year that you were working on some kind of event that was going on? Or maybe that was somebody else. It's going. I'm trying to set up this image so that I can have these areas, but because I'm getting rid of my menu. I don't like my menu. You set up, okay, so you just help get it going. Well, that's something at least. At least you had a job. That's better than nothing. Probably paid more than my entire month of December's door dashing. Oh, by the way, I went door dashing today. Oh my gosh. 2 hours, I made $3.50. And I didn't turn any of them down. I got one dash that was like 2 miles for $3.50. And it was immediately, so I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll take it. It's a short one. We'll get things started with the little one. So I had to drive I didn't even have to drive. I just had to drive around the block, pick up the pizza, or not pizza. It was a pizza place, but I picked up the food. It's really close. So I was like, oh man, it's right there. And then it was only mile and a half down to the house. So I said, all right, I'll go pick it up. Went, did it, came back, and then I parked. Yeah, you said, oh, Super Bowl. Yeah, you told me about that too. And that's really cool. Because where is the Super Bowl? So is it down where you live then? Because you're over in Chicago. Where's the Super Bowl this year? Alexa, where's the Super Bowl this year?
Two undetermined opponents will face off in the Super Bowl at Caesars Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana. The game kicks off on Sunday, February 9th. At
New Orleans? So you're going down to New Orleans to help set up the Super Bowl? Because that's not where you're at, right? Louisiana? No, you're not. No, you said you were East Coast, but I don't remember you saying you were in Louisiana. I don't even know. Is Louisiana even considered East Coast? Yeah, you're in Ohio. Okay, right. So that's a drive for you then. Yeah? Are you driving down there, flying down there? You going as part of a group, or are you just like, how's that work? So let's put these two things in. And they are going to be right underneath my div. Oh wow. So are you taking stuff to set up, or is it just tools and stuff you're taking down there? I would imagine they have all the stuff, right? Now, do you get tickets to the game, or do you just kind of have to hang out at the local bar until it's over and then you go pick up your stuff and go home? I mean, if you're taking stuff with you, I'd imagine you got to stay there to bring the stuff back. Well, see, that worked pretty good. Puts boxes over my image. How's it sit? Does it stay on there pretty well? Perfect. That works out nicely. There you go. I can live with that. That's quite nice. Now I got to put the images in the right boxes in the right place. Oh, the stuff that belongs to the event. So you're just bringing down stuff they purchased and you're just going to leave it there? So, dude, if you do get tickets to the game and the Broncos make it, you got to give me your ticket so I can go down there and watch it. While you're at it, buy me a plane ticket. Okay, maybe that's a little over the top. Hey, well, if I'm gonna, I mean, the tickets are cheap, right? They can't be more than a couple of bucks. I know aren't they like 10 grand or something like that? What crazy ticket cost. So if any of your buddies who are happen to get tickets to the game because they're helping out, and they don't want to go because it's torture going to see the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's a lot. I know it's super expensive. Some of the tickets are crazy. I think face value of some tickets is like $1,000 or $2,000 if you get a nosebleed seat. But I think some of them are quite a bit more, upwards of 10 grand. But you know, somebody just hates the idea, the torture of going to the Super Bowl. Hey man, tell them to let me know. I'll relieve them. I'll relieve them of the ticket. Now only if the Broncos go. I'll relieve them of the ticket. Good. Yeah, that's me going down to see paying what, $400 round trip ticket at least, but paying what, another $600 at least for a hotel for one night, and then going to see a $5,000 ticket sport game while I don't have a job. That's probably not the most efficient use of what money I have. That's cool. I guess that's one of the advantages to being in that industry, huh? That's cool, man. That works out well for you, though. Oops, what did I do? href equals. Oh, it's supposed to be equals. Alright, so if I do that, now I gotta start positioning these things. So let's see here. That's going to be fun. Left, top, width, height, background. Alright, so yeah, this is going to be fun. So we'll start with the simulator. Let's see how close I can get to get this onto the football field. This ought to be an interesting endeavor in guessing. Oops. Hey, look, my images fell off the screen. But hold on, let's not worry about that just yet. Alright, so we're going to close this. Alright, so I probably need my background to stay, because if I'm right, that's going to move all over the place. Yeah, so the image is resizing according to something, but it's not according to the background. They are getting longer, but they're positioned to the area, not to the image. That's a problem. So in other words, they're, depending on how big the screen is, they're not positioning themselves to the image. They're positioning themselves to the window. Which is problematic, to say the least, but because it's going to be hard to make these things sit where they're supposed to sit if they're moving on. Now they kind of move with the window, with the image, as long as the image is the size of the window. So like if I do this and then attempt to resize it, even then they don't really. I thought I had it moving a minute ago correctly. Whoa, wow, that's cool, man. Well, see, you've got jobs, so those gotta pay pretty decent, right? I mean, being able to, taking you on trips all the way down there, that's still kind of cool. I mean, you got some kind of work at least. I mean, granted, events aren't all the time, but hopefully those pay decent. get you by. Get you by for a month or week or something. Again, it's got to pay more than DoorDash. Can't do much worse. Alrighty, why is this not? Alright, first let's put this where I want it. So we're going to go with the first image. Where is this taking me? Which... Okay, so that took me to the coaching plan. Alright, so I got to go home. Does this even take me? Do I even have a home button? It just occurred to me, I don't think I have a home button. I don't even have a home button. None of these options will take you to the original page. Yeah. Sounds like something that would pay pretty well. So let's try this. So that is the coach. And the position is left. Let's take that up to... Unfortunately, you can't diamond it because it's not the corners. I wish it was the corners of the square where I had 4 spots, 4 corners. Then I can move the corners wherever I want and it'll create the shape. But we'll start with this. So from the left, we'll go 40. Then from the top, we got to drop it down to probably 60. And then the width, well, if it's currently 20, and that looks kind of close, so we'll take it to 35. And then the height of the box, it's got to be shorter than what it is. We'll say, 15? Well, it was kind of close. I sort of kind of hit the target. I made it too wide though, and it's too far over. So to the left, we'll bring it back to 30. And the width is going to have to shrink a little bit, so we'll take it down to 30 as well. Oh, that's on the area. It hits the mark. I wish I could do a pentagram instead. But that kind of hits the mark. Alright, so now we have this, oh wait, that's the coach. Oh shoot. That's the wrong. Alright, so let's match the simulator to the same thing. We're going to set that one to 30. We're going to set it 30, 60, 15, 30, 60, 30, 15. 30, 60, 30, 15. And then this one's going to be, where do you think? The coach kind of sits in that little hobble on the side thing, huh? And he's making his game plan. I can see him sitting by a fireplace, just kind of hacking out his game plan. So when you click on it, it's going to open up, and there will be a background image of a dude sitting at a table with his little ink pen, his what do you call it, feather pen, and he'll be marking up X's and O's on the screen on his piece of paper, his parchment paper. And he'll be setting up all the plays. So, okay, so we want this to be on the left is only going to be about 20. And the top will be something less than the other one, which is 60. So we'll say it's actually going to be lower, so it's going to be 70. My width has got to be way smaller. We're going to go with I don't know, 15? Is it even 15? Maybe 10? And then we're going to go height. Oh, that's even smaller too. So let's probably say 10 maybe. Ah, well, I almost hit that one right on the button, man. That was literally almost right on the button. I guess that one really good. I mean, position-wise, I don't know if these can overlap. And what happens if they do? I probably could make them overlap, but I don't know if I want to. I think, all right, I'm going to have to start a new, I'm going to have to start a new chat because this says I need a new chat. So I'm going to just go here and then I'm going to go here. Is it possible to create an odd-shaped clickable area? I need to hover. I need to cover an image area shaped more like a diamond than a rectangle. Yes, you can. React image mapper. I don't want to use the image mapper. I just purposely tried to get away from the image mapper. It doesn't work, man. Yeah, it's this is the problem with changing chats, right? You change your chat thread, it doesn't know of what you already tried. Yeah, that doesn't work. Nope. Cannot use image mapper. Already tried. Image cannot be layered over with other images, and it can not be made to be a background or made to be invisible to show only the squares over a separate image background. I need to do this with my own shapes, if possible. Alright, so that's kind of what I'm aiming for. Background image. Diamond shaped area. Okay, top left. Translate. Oh. Width, height. Clip path. Polygon. Oh my gosh, diamond shape. I'll be fiddle-faddling with that for a while as I put in clip path. That's going to be fun. Width of the diamond. Everything will have to be percentages, as I need the boxes to resize and reposition according to the image they are on top of when the screen size changes. Yeah, I know. That's why I said that. That's why I said percentages. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go back here. So how did it keep my numbers, or do I have to? It did not. It said top 40. Yeah, it changed all my numbers. Percentage of the images height, because they're all going to be kind of diamond shaped, right? There's going to be the houses, the way they're sitting are probably. I mean, actually, do I need to? What is this one? I know that one needs to be kind of a diamond shape, a weird diamond. I guess so does that one a little bit, but this one I could probably get away with just using a rectangle. So the coach is probably fine. It's the simulator where it's trying to circle the field that's going to have to be changed. So let's go to the simulator. All right, so we got style, position. He's got a top of 60, which we'll put here. Which I'm good with that for the moment, at least until I get some extra bits and bobs in there. We got left 30. Our position starts off fine, but what I really need to do is this transform, center the rectangle. Center it on what? Center it on that area, top 60, left 60. Now I'm going to put this in because I want to see what it does. I need to see its effect on my stuff. And then we have our width, which right now is 30 wide, 15 tall, which is probably fine. But what I'm really going to have to do is figure out... Oh, that's a rectangle. Doy. 50, 50, 40, 50, diamond shape, percentage, background color. So this is the diamond shape I need. So I got to do the clip path. That little guy is going to have to be in here. This is going to be interesting because I don't have any idea what this is going to look like. Okay, so well, let's just save it. See what it does. Oh, well, it's not positioned well, but it's not terrible. Okay, so the 30 left is wrong. Let's go 40 left. Oh, that's almost perfect. Maybe even 41 if I'm going to be really picky. Ew, maybe not even that. How about 40.2? You can do decimals. That's how I fiddled and got my football field to work. All right, so now we got to drop it some. So my top is going to have to be more like, is it 10% more? Let's say 70. Ooh, it's a bit much. That's a bit much. Now, what I'm going to have to do is shift my shape. So I am not totally sure how this works. Okay, so what happens if I change this 50, 100, 50, 50, 100, 50? So let's see if I can guess what these are. I'm curious what happens if I take this one out. I just want to see what this does. It's still a diamond, but the centering kind of breaks it up. So maybe that's what the problem was before. Let's put this back. What was it? 30? Because I don't know that I need the centering thing. What do I need that for? And well, it's not. It's going to be more than 30. No, let's go back to 60. And then this one's going to be 30. Okay, so now we've got a number to work, a location to work with. Okay, so if I'm just to figure out the width maybe is 100%. I'm trying to cover up these things. So this is clickable areas so that when I make them invisible, you can click on the field and it'll take you to the simulator. If you click on this building, which I'll put some text above that says like game planning, and that's where the coach will be. And then over here you got, like your, I don't know, your fitness room or your something. And this is your practice field, and I'll have a shape over here that acts as the practice field. So when you click on these areas, that'll be the menu versus having a menu. I want it to be more gamified, more game-like. So when you're clicking on areas in the game, that's what takes you places, not a weird little pop-up menu. Yeah, I want it to be more cool. I think menus are kind of ugly. I mean, for a game, I think they look clunky. So I want it to be more cool. A lot of these game manager games take approaches that are just menus. And I understand because they put tons and tons of stuff in there. And it just, you got like one set of buttons that's like 30 long buttons. And I'm like, ugh. I don't know if I like that. But at the same time, some stuff you may not, I may not be able to avoid menus completely. I just want to minimize them. So I want the basic features to be, at least the home page, be kind of more gamified. That's my goal. So I don't fully understand this this piece though. Okay, so this is a diamond shape. I would just think I would need 4 buttons. So maybe this is like one button, which is 50, or one corner, one corner, one corner. So it is 4 corners. So 50% of the height is this corner, and that's it. It's dead center. That one, if they're aligned, those are probably pretty good. So let's say the height, let's change this one to, honestly, I think this might be the wrong height. Height might be, let's go 28. Nope. Oh, that was width. Oops, wrong one. Let's go 32. And then this one will be 20. Oh, 15 will go 18. I wish I could just drag it into place. That would be even easier. Oh no, the height is not right. I want to go 12. Ooh, look at that. That almost lined up perfectly for the bottom part. But the width is wrong. So width is going to have to be 37. But now I need to move it back to the left. I got to get the overall position before I can start worrying about the diamond shape. I'm just trying to go basic height and width. If I can get that down, then I'll worry on the corners. Try to stretch the corners out. So left is going to have to be like, I don't know, 28. No, let's go 25. Yeah, that's pretty close. Oh yeah, okay, so we got my corners are pretty close to right where I want them. I am lined up pretty good on the bottom, so if I can get my squares. The height is a little off though. Still a little too tall. So let's bring that down to maybe a 10. Okay, so that might not be too bad. Now I gotta, my from the top has to move. I'll go 62. That's pretty close. Alright, I gotta get my diamond shape right. Let's see if I can get my diamond shape. It'll be better once I have my diamond in place. I'm guessing 50 and a 0. I'm gonna set this corner, whatever it is, to 0. Let's just see where that goes. 0, 0. Oh, is that the top? Oh, so that must be the top position. because that seemed to line up with the left. So that keeps it right to the left. So I need to move it to the other direction. So rather than going 50, let's go 60. I'm just playing with how this works. All right, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. It's going to have to be a little bit more than that, though. We're going 60, 63. Ah, we've almost got that one. That one's looking pretty good. Almost. And then let's bring the other one down. So it's the opposite way. So instead of being a... No, so this guy is 50. He's 50 halfway over. But instead he needs to actually reduce. So we're going to have him reduce down to 10. Oops. Oops, wrong point. Move the point, wrong point. Just kidding. So this must be one of these ones that's that point. So instead of being 50, let's try this one down to 10. Oh, what did I do? Oh no, that's probably fine. But it's the wrong, it's not, it's too much. I need to bring that closer. So let's go 30. Okay. That's kind of close. I am curious though. I feel like, do I need height and width? Are these guys actually just sizing themselves within the range of what they're given? I don't know what this is. And I guess I'm staying there. It's all that matters. But my height position is weird now. Let's... it's almost like I need to stretch it down. How do I bring that one down a little bit? I wonder if 30 is too far. Let's try 27. See, yeah, it's like it's not. How do I drop it down? All right, let's move my top up a notch. We're gonna bring this fiddly stuff, but it's got to be done, man. It's got to be done. 64? Oops, wrong way. Dang it. Let's try 60. Up, too much. That's too much. How about 61? Okay, that's better. That landed. That landed. I think overall the problem is my box is too too tall. Well, here's my problem. I'm trying to figure out that bottom corner because it's like it moved over, but it's like it's too high. That's what I'm having trouble with. It's too high. What if I... So this is the right corner I'm working with. But I feel like it needs to be more than 100. What if I say 110 here? I just want to see what that does. Whoa. Oh, now we're changing the shape. It's not even, it's not, yeah, that's not it. That's not changing. That's no longer it's no longer the shape I'm looking for. So something about my corner is weird. It's not truly a, it's like a, How do I get that to come down, though? I want to stretch it down. I wonder if... Is it possible that my shape is... Alright, let's change the height. I'm going to try the height. We want to shrink that down to... It's just going to squish it more, though. I'm having trouble moving this lower corner. I want to move this lower corner down here. But I'm having some issues with doing that. I wonder if it's my diamond shape. Oh, you know what? I wonder if that's it. So, if I want... I wonder if my diamond corners... I noticed I was able to move my corners of the diamond if I change that. So, like, this one could move. And I may need to drop both my diamond corners down. So what if I just go from the top? What if I go 64? No, 65. This is going to drop it way down. Almost to where I need it. But then I need to raise... need to raise the height. This is a lot of fiddling around, man. We're going to raise the height. We're going to go up to 12. No. 14. Oops, and then... See, look, my problem is, note that this side here is wider than this side. I need this side to be wider than that side. And that's where I'm struggling. I'm having trouble getting this corner to stretch out. So am I misunderstanding how this is working? It could very be that this... All right, what if I change this guy to, I don't know, 60? Oh, that moves the other corner. And it moves the other corner down, which I don't want. So I need to move this corner, this corner up. I don't know what these percentages are. Percentages of what? That would help a lot if I knew what they were percentages of. Are they the percentages? Because, like, I'm wondering, do I need the top and left? Or can I just position the corners where I want them? I mean, what do these represent? You know, I'm going to go ask. Let's just stop beating around the bush. What is the thing, man? In the shape clip path, what do the coordinates represent? The top center of the element. This is the top center of the element. The 50% represents the horizontal position, middle of the width. And 0% represents the vertical position, top of the height. This is the right center of the element. Breakdown. The first coordinate is at the top center. The second pair is 150 is at the right center. Right, so it's a perfect diamond. You got right center, left center. Okay. So as you're moving those things, you're trying to offset that point. These 4 points from the corner. So it's based on their percentage location of the total size of the diamond. Okay. So the farthest right but center of the height. So this guy, which is 150, so he's at center of the height and max to the left. needs to be higher, and probably. So we got the max size. Oh, the shape. So if you don't use the max positions of the shape, that's when it starts to change its form. It starts to squish itself into circles. So that's what makes this interesting. I don't want to squish it into a circle. So I will have to use 100% for parts of it, and I have to be careful about what I'm doing with the other parts. So at 100% width, we want this to probably be 40% of the height. Might be too much, but let's try it. Oh, well. Closer. But this one needs to go higher as well. I'm just trying to get the same shape of my field first. Then I can squish it, change its diameters. So if I can get the same shape where I'm basically the same parallel and same basic dimensions, I can reposition it. So I think that's my corner though. Yeah, it's closer in positioning. And then I need to get this, oops, wrong button. And this guy, which is at 50%, needs to be more like 40. Ooh, that's pretty close, but it's not wide enough. So this guy's going to have to be a little further. It's tricky to get a polygon where the backside is smaller, because I don't want to reshape my square. And I noticed that if I do this wrong, I end up reshaping my square. That's so very close. How about 24? Ooh. All right. I feel like I'm pretty accurate. I just need to line it up now, but I still feel like this side's wider, and I feel like this side's wide. This side should be wider than that side, I feel like, but I could be wrong. Now, of course, I could be dealing with a, AI art problem where dimensions are funky, but I still think this looks bigger than that piece. Which might mean that my first part might need to just stretch a little further out. That might be my problem. What if I go 62? Nope, wrong way. 64. It looks pretty close. Maybe I'm just being a perfectionist at this point. If I lined it up, I mean, like I said, repositioning the whole thing is not going to be that hard. The problem is, let's change this from 30 to 27. Nope, let's go more. I'm trying to line it up with that outside line. It's close, but not quite. So we're going to go 23. Ah! We are so very much almost there. Let's go 22. I think that's good. And then we will try to move my point slightly further out, which means I'll take that out to like a 66. Oh, I think we're really close now. All right, let's try and reposition this thing. How close are we when we reposition it? We've kind of got the width good. I don't know about the height at the moment. We'll raise it up and find out. So we'll say at the top is going to be 62. Oh yeah. No, it fits really good on the far side. It's a little long, maybe. Yeah, it's definitely a little long. Let's go here. Then we gotta go to this one, and we're gonna go change this to a, I don't know, 20. Six. I've almost got it covering the field perfectly. But I'm wondering if my issue is that my width needs to be more like a 36. Still not bad. All right, so we're slowly getting there. We are almost there. Gonna get there eventually. Say 21 here. That didn't change anything? 20? Oh, I'm moving the wrong one. That's why. My bad. Let's try 38 here. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I set it at 2. Ha! Oops. There we go. Try that again. Okay, so now we're back over here at 38. That didn't quite move it enough. Almost. Almost there. Oh, man. All right, so I've got almost that entire corner. Now I just need to get one more corner in place. Let's try this one at 22. Oops, wrong way. Dang it. 30. Man, that is really close. 32. I think I got it, man. I mean, I could maybe make it a little smaller. 33. These move pretty small. A whole point might not make that much of a difference. Oh, it is kind of flowing down pretty far, though. How do I fix that? How do I bring the point so that it's not so high? What if I change my height? Turn it to a 12, maybe? It's going to move everything, though, if I do that. Yeah, but that might not be so bad. That actually fits better. And then we'll we'll go here and we'll change it back to 31. And then we'll take this one back here. We'll go back to a 20. 6, 28. Yeah, there we go. Then we got to go back to this guy and change him to maybe a 64. Oops, wrong one. Oh, whoa. Whoa, what was that? Oh, no. I don't know what that was, but that wasn't what I meant. Put that back. I moved the wrong one. It's this one I think I'm supposed to move. 31, go to 29. Or 33. Maybe it's 33 I want. No, 33. Nope. Am I moving the wrong one again? Dang it. Oh, gosh dang nabbit. I'm glazing. I'm glazing. My brain is starting to fry. This moving around nonsense is starting. I'm going down. I'm plummeting out of control. I'm losing it. Which one is it? Okay, let's try this one. How about this one? 34. Hey, that one. That was the one I wanted. All right, let's try 35. Honestly, I don't think I can do much better than that. I mean, well, okay, that's not true. I could probably do better than that. Knowing me, I'm going to try. I'm so stubborn. I don't know how much better that can get, though. I mean, that's actually really pretty dang on the nose. Um, 28. No, that's going the wrong way. 31. I'm good. I think that's good. I'm good with that. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna work. So I got my field set. Now the question is, does it move with the image? Because I think that's the other problem. I got to make sure it moves with the image because I have it set. So if everything's correct and it's moving with the image and the image is in the right place, that's fine. But I need to make sure that my image stays relative so it doesn't move out from underneath these images, these squares. And I think it will if I set it correctly. Yeah, I think we're good. But I do need to make sure that it sits correctly on top of... I'm just doing the two because these are the only two I've currently got functioning. And I want to be able to get... I got doing anything. Now I've got it. I haven't decided how the coach screen has the game situations. Probably should even have the playbook, right? I mean, do I want a different window for the playbook? No, I think you have to go. I think it's going to be the coach, and the coach may have two options once you're in there. You can go to the playbook or the game plan, and I think that's going to be what it does. It's going to be one of two options: playbook or game plan, and then But you should always be able to go straight back to home. I want to always have a way to get straight back to home, or maybe even switch between. I want to have navigation between the logical locations. So you don't have to do click back, click back, click back. You can just go places. Now the home, yes, you have to go to coach to go to game plan or to playbook. But the playbook can go to the game plan and vice versa. Because you may need to go between those two. So you can toggle between them. You're in that building, you're in that functionality. You should be able to navigate between them. But when you're at the home page, you have to go into the location that's going to be holding that stuff. So like you won't be able to do the trainer or the I don't know what I'm trying to think of, like the practice field. You could run drill. You can do things like, I was thinking the practice field would be where you would go to maybe run some plays, do some things, because the simulation, the football field is where the games are. That's where you simulate games. That's going to be the center of the board. But I'm trying to figure out, like, when you're managing players, that's not in the coach's hut. The coach's hut is not that. I want to say, what would be the logical location? Maybe on the practice field, and we won't call it the practice field. We'll call it the player assessment, because you do that on the practice field, right? You assess your players, and you can go to the player assessment, and you can have, because that's also where you would like determine who's who. Maybe the practice field. Who's who, who's good, your depth chart, all that stuff's determined on the practice field. Coaches don't determine that stuff in an office. They might think of it later, but they determine it on the field. They may sit in an office going, okay, this is what the game plan or the depth chart's going to be, but they determined that by what they saw on the practice field. So the practice field is where you see players, you find out what their skills are, what their stats are, you set your depth chart. So yeah, I think that's where I'll put all of that stuff. Then you have your maybe even you can set up your training regiments there. You could have your various coaches, what they're going to do, how they function there. And then you have a building that would be like your front office. I'm thinking the front office is going to be like this area, this big. Now I'm committing to this image. This image may not even be the final image. This is just the one I'm using right now. But who knows? Eventually, I probably don't want to have an AI art image. But for now, it is. So I'm thinking the front office will be like this big thing up here. This is where the big wigs sit, the people who make decisions. This is where you hire and fire your coaches, and you spend money determining on how you want to upgrade, change, alter your facilities, whatever. So you do all that in the front office. And then these lower areas might be things like, I don't know, meeting rooms. I don't know. I have to decide what other features are in the game, but these things can all take part and do some other thing later. I'm actually thinking I'm going to change the shape of my my house. I think I want my house to sit on a more diamond-y shape as well. I like the diamond shape. It makes it look more natural. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be, though. I mean, why make it overly complicated? I do got to make sure my image moves. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure this is not going to work right now. Yeah, see, it's floating. It's reshifting itself. So I need to have my percentages lock in place. Oh, weird. My image is not... it didn't float back. Oh, there it is. Huh. I don't know where the top of this image is, to be honest. Where is the top of my image? Oh my gosh, look at that. I totally scrunked it, man. My image isn't even against the top of the page. Boo on you, image. Boo. That's all I gotta say. Boo on you, image. Alright, we don't want this to be center. I don't. The background position is going to have to be not center. Let's just take that off. I'm going to have to I'm going to have to relocate everything. Now this is the size of my image, so it'll just be relocating it, and then I have to figure out how to make it stick. But yeah, okay. So that's still not. Let's say top. And if that is my top, then this has to be moved. This is in the way. I'm just going to drop this down here somewhere. Aha, there we go. That's better. I got to get rid of this menu at some point. That's what I'm trying to do. I want this menu to be out of here, man. Menu's got to go. I'm going to dump it now. What happens if I dump my menu at this very second? Bye-bye, menu. You were fun while you lasted, but this is just not the place for you, my friend. You must go away. I don't even think that's a... Does that even work? I don't even think that works. Let's just get rid of it. Ah, so clean. So clean. Who needs a menu? Who needs a stinking menu, man? They're ugly. Ugly. What do you think this is? Microsoft? We ain't doing no menus. We are a game designer. We do cool stuff. Okay. So now I gotta put my image back in the right place. And then I gotta figure out how to make it move so it stays with my proportionally with my image. It is resizing, but it's resizing to the window and not resizing to the image, which is not good. Nicht gut. Yeah, see? My stuff is floating with my screen. That's so not right, man. Don't do that. All right. Well, I did put it back in the right place. I didn't even have to reposition it. I just dragged the menu back up. Okay, so let's go to my box here. What did I do? I think I had to do some special hoop jumping, honestly, to get it done on the other page. So this is not a thing. I don't need any of this. The map is not a thing anymore. That can go away. I do think I have to do something like this, but let's see here. Let's go back here. And we have, is this the one I was doing that had a ton of stuff that I had to, yeah, I hit the limit. Alright, so we've kind of got my images, but they're not moving or resizing. See, like my, I did this with game plan. Not game plan. Game plan? No. Sim game. Sim game has like the football and everything moving, which this actually had a lot of crap in it, but it does a lot of stuff that adjusts the football, and the lines on the field have to resize, shape, and move with the parent image. So I need to do something similar with my boxes. So I used a line here and reshaped them. But let's make sure. Let's take this up here, and we are going to split my screen. Yeah, I'm gonna split my screen somehow. Where's the screen splitter? All right, now we're going to go look at, see, that's sim game, and this is page. So I had to do this thing where I was moving the football in proportion to the image. This kind of does something similar. Oh, it uses container ref. Do I have the container ref set up down here? I do. Okay, so the div is the container ref, and that's the same here. Now it's field image ref, but it's probably the same, right? Field image ref, yeah. Yep. So field image ref is my image. Oh, that's the image, not the div. This could be a problem, because I think the thing is you have to be able to see the image to proportionally adjust to the image. I don't think you can resize to the image if you can't proportionally get the dimensions of the image, because the image, if you're right now, it's just going by window, which is easy. It's got access to the window information, but without having access to the background images information, it's going to have us time trying to figure out what the width and dimensions of the image are so that it can position itself within the image, which is what I did here. That's why I had to use an image object instead of using CSS, because if you put it behind, it can't see the dimensions of the image. But now I need to figure out the same kind of deal with this guy. Okay, so let's see if it can give me the solution without me having to reverse engineer the last task. I could probably do it. I know I can. But sometimes just if it can give you the answer, perhaps I can do that without my having to 10:27. What do you mean 10:27? That's like 2 hours from now, man. One of these days when I'm not poor, I'm just going to buy this, because it is so worth it paying $20 for it, or $20 a month, or whatever the heck it is. But it's just like, it's not that I can't use it. It just changes to a stupider model. I could switch over to Claude. Claude's actually pretty good, but Claude only gives you so many uses too, so you kind of have to get it right. Maybe I should just try to reverse engineer this. How hard would that be? I have to do basically the same thing, which means my image, which is currently set as an image in the div, would have to have a similar layout All right, let's try. So let's ask a question that I might need for this to work. It's going to use a different model, but all right, let's just live without it for a minute. Okay, my boxes, my click boxes are resizing and shaping to the window dimensions, not to the image dimensions. Of the background image. How do I change this? And we'll just take the whole thing. Now we're working with a dumber model. It sent me to see his little brother. Get the image's actual dimensions. Use the image dimension state to store the actual width and height of the background image. Calculate the coordinates based on image size. Use the image's dimensions to position the clickable areas in relative percentages. Ensure clickable areas resize according to the image. Update the clickable areas positions and sizes to be based on the image size, not the container size. Well, yeah, okay. So let's see what it does. Let's see if it can get me the fix. I'm hoping to avoid using the image object. That's why I didn't want to reverse engineer it, because the way I did it in the other one, the solution was use the image object, but I'm not sure it'll do that. We're about to find out. All right, so we got image dimensions. Height, width. Oops, what'd I do? Oops. Control C. Try to do Control S. Okay. And then we're going to update dimensions. Then we're doing the use effect. I do know that that's part of it. Image dimensions. Alright, so then we're going to go down here. It's going to contain a ref, relative, hidden. And then we have my background div. Absolute, 50. 50-50. It's doing a bunch of other stuff. Transform, even though I did not tell it to do that. With image dimensions with, okay, so it is changing some stuff. Alright, so let's take this. If I don't like it, I will readjust it. But this is my div that has my background image. And then my clickable areas are totally broken. But we'll leave them for now. I just want to see if they're... I want to see if it did, what it did to link them to the image, or even change their dimensions according to the image. See, I don't see where this is... how are these being linked to the image? I mean, they don't have, they're still just percentages. They don't say anything about referencing the window or the image or anything. Huh. I don't know. Let's see what this does. I have a feeling they're not going to do anything. I have to think I'm going to have to clarify what I'm saying because I don't think it got it right. Whoa. Didn't like something. Maximum update depth exceeded. This can happen when a component calls set state inside useEffect, but useEffect either doesn't have a dependency array or one of the dependencies changes on every render. It is kind of positioning with the image, it looks like. Kinda. Maybe not. Maybe it's just perception. Now that I've got my image is obviously not layering itself in the right place either. Because it's still trying to put it in the center. Don't want it to do that. Stop doing that. Let's say top. And still, those are obviously not working. And again, my image is not, it's not staying where it's not doing what it's supposed to do. They did some wonky changes here. Okay, so what I really need is just the parts that are going to have an effect on the movement. So I don't want to change top and left and whatever else that nonsense is, or translate. Width and height don't really need to change either. Those are 100%. I don't know why it was set at 20%. What made it want to do that? Oh, probably because I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so width and height need to be the dimensions, which is probably the problem. That's probably the thing. It does need to change so that it can be read. Why? Wait a minute. Why is it changing the dimensions of the image? Image is image is image. Why is that changing? That's not right. The image is going to resize on its own. What do I need that for? I need to read it so that my objects stay on top of it. Background image is fine. Don't need any changes to it. I just need the containers, the clickable shape containers to position on the background image based on the image size. Otherwise, the background image per my file provided was perfect. So stop trying to change it is what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I want. All right, what are you telling me to do? It still doesn't really. Interestingly enough, how are these being attached? How are they being relevant to the image? Because there's no reference to the image here. So coach style, absolute, and then all my sizes, cursor, pointer. How is it doing that? Is it because it's inside of the div? It's really not inside the div. Because this div closes itself off with that button. Oh, but because this is a background, maybe it's because it's using the div container here. Oh, maybe that's the thing. Container ref, relative. Oh, maybe that's it. So really, let's see what happens. So really, they don't change at all. They just need the container ref to be right. And in order for that to be the case, yeah, they're not changing at all. What I need to do is make sure this piece is right. Are we getting the right image values? What the heck? Alright, so we got... I don't even know why it changes. I don't know why it sets that at 1,000, but whatever. It could be zeros. I don't even know why they have to be anything. Original image width. Adjust as necessary. Yeah, that's not the original image width. I don't have any idea what the original image width is, but that's not it. I guess I mean, I guess it sets it, but what is the original image width? Does it tell me if I hover on it? Solution Explorer. Image width. If not, I'm gonna have to go look at it the other way. It's funny, this doesn't actually translate. It can't see that. It's like, what are you showing me, man? I don't know what this is. Is that an image? What the heck is this web put crap? It's like, yeah, that's what I say, man. I don't know what that web put crap is either, but it's an image type, apparently. Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, I don't know what it is. 1792 by 1024. Sure, we'll put that in there. 1792 24. Yeah, it's kind of neither here nor there, really. It doesn't make a huge difference because it just resizes anyway. But whatever it comes in at, we got container ref, offset, container ratio, image ratio, image dimension width, image height, offset XY, container ratio, off height, height image. So basically what's trying to do is build itself off of the div that is the size of the image. That's what it's doing. It's reading the div size, attempting to resize according to the div size, not really the image. I basically cheated and told it was this size, and as the div changes sizes, it's supposed to resize those boxes. So maybe that matters because it gives it a starting point. I don't know. Huh. Alright, so let's close this. I'm pretty sure that's a problem. Did it change anything? Image dimension? Handle area click. Hey, why did it... Huh. Doesn't even have my handle area click anymore. That's kind of different. Update dimensions. Window event listener. Resize image and image dimensions. Huh. Alright, so I don't see it. We're going to have to go maximum update depth exceeded. Getting an error message related to the use effect. But that ain't gonna work. Oh, okay. Well, that's better then. Let's go see what it does. Let's go see how that changes things. Alright, so we're back to the use effect. So we're getting rid of this. No, actually, I think the other one doesn't do it either. Because what you're doing is you're calling a function that triggers when it changes. Update dimensions, use event listener, remove event listener. Okay. This one's update dimensions. Set image dimensions, previous dimensions, current. Oh, yes, let's see what this does. They're just checking for the previous dimensions being different. And then it's going back to this guy, image dimensions. Putting these guys in instead. It's got one more ref apparently. Alright, what's that do? Oh, I killed it. Well, oh, we blew up. I mean, that could just be unterminated regexp to literal. Oh, what did I do? That looks like a syntax error on my part. Yeah, that's what I thought. Try it again. Ugh. Well, I still think it's resizing to, yeah, it's still resizing to the window, or they're moving with the window. It kind of sort of works if my image doesn't vertically move. As long as my image fills the screen, it's okay. It works as long as my image fills the screen. But if it doesn't, things get out of whack. So it's not really resizing to the image, it's resizing to the container still. Because if I get bigger, my boxes get bigger. Yeah, see how distorted they are? They're based on the size of the window still. That's not working. Yeah. Well, I don't think ChatGPT knows the answer here, folks. I don't know which one gave me the answer last time. It was probably Blackbox or Claude that knew the answer. And ultimately, I think it comes down to, I think I need to use the image object so it can read the actual image and position of the image. Because when I click on the, when I run the simulator, it blows up because I changed the name of it and it's not named that anymore. I changed its name because it's not called Game Results. It's called Sim Game. I mean, that's what it's doing. It's simming the game. So, decided the component should be called what it does. Okay, so this is a little weird to start because I don't know why it starts at the top like this. But then it positions itself. Now, you'll note that the field and the lines always stay in their place, no matter how big my image gets. And they don't move when my screen goes bigger. Now it does get a little wonky, I think, if I let this get too tiny. See, then my lines get out of whack. that's the only time it really goes weird, if I let it grow, if I let it shrink off. The problem is it's in relation to the top of the screen, and the menu and the image will jump off the top of the screen if it starts squishing itself like this. That's when it gets wonky. But actually it's all distorted if I leave it there anyway, so typically, as long as even if it's too big, it seems to be fine. It stays on. It's just when the image moves off the top of the screen. So like here, it's good and clean. Everything reads correctly. The football moves correctly. So yeah, this works pretty well, but it's using the actual image of this to determine its shapes and sizes. And I think I'm going to have to do the same thing with the, as long as the image stays relatively in the correct location. So this whole thing is an image with the football field in the middle. And as long as that image stays against the top, we're pretty good to go. It's just when it doesn't. It's when it starts shifting downward that we get in trouble. Now here's a thing. I didn't even think about that. If I need to have a way to, when you go to the simulation, go back to the home page. I don't know. I feel like everything could go for the homepage, but I don't want a bunch of clicks. I want people to get to where they want to go. Menus do allow you to get where you want to go. I wonder if it's one of those things I should like disable and enable according to desire. Use menu navigation versus using screen navigation. Plus, I do have to build in some extra features here. Right now, this simulation is doing this, but I need things like play display. I guess I could go right over the top. Thinking the play display can go right over the top, because you can't run the play until the play is displayed, or until the plays are picked anyway. There's no reason why that can't be right on top of the field. At least not for the React web page. There's no reason for it in that case. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so this works as far as the images overlaying the background. So I'm going to have to do something similar to make that other one work. So I need to go, well, I don't even have a way to get to the home page, man. I gotta give myself a navigation that takes me back to the home page. Like, there should be a button that goes to the home page. It doesn't even go anywhere. None of this goes anywhere. I think what I should do is just like get rid of the whole thing, leave just the football up in the corner. And if you click on it, it'll take you to the home. Probably what I should do. I think too, I might try to stop people from navigating away from the simulator. If you click that football, try to leave the page, it'll like, hey, whoa, sure you want to leave? I think ultimately what I'm going to do is I'm not going to allow, if you simulate the game, there's no early exit. If you decide to leave or quit the game, it's going to simulate the game out. You're still going to get it fully simulated. Because, well, I guess it can hold the game state. Maybe I'll just have it save. If you exit, it'll just stop and hold it. Unless you're playing against another player. In which case, it's just going to simulate out. If you're playing against the computer, it'll save the game state and you can come back and play against it later. But if you're playing against another player, you leave the game, you're just disconnected from the game, basically. It's going to keep running. I think that's what that's going to have to be the only way to run that, because abandoning a game is bad. But plus, I noticed that there was a couple of games I saw that if you abandon it or chop it off in the middle, it'll just delete it and then you get to start over. And that, yeah, we're not doing that. Sorry, man. This is real life. When the game starts, you're stuck, man. The game's playing out. Unless it's against the computer, in which case it'll save the state, and then you come back and it'll load up and it'll be in the same place it was before. That's how it's going to be, because the game state and everything ran on the server or on your phone when you connect. I don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't decided. What I'll probably do is have a game marked in progress. No, you can't even do that. See, I'm trying to decide how I'm going to allow offline play. Offline play is going to be tricky. Because if I allow you to run offline play on your phone, like if you want to run some Sims, run a league, or do anything on your phone that's just on your phone, how do you, like, if you come back and go, hey, I want to play my game I started when I was camping, and you load it up on the computer, and you don't load it up on your phone in that time frame before it ever connects again, how does it know you started another game, and what would be the consequences? What would I personally expect the consequences to be? What is this thing? Static route? What is that? Static route? don't know what that means. What the heck that is. What the heck is static route? Weird. I don't know what that was. That was just a weird thing. Just closed it. It went away. I don't know what that is. So if you run an offline game, the only other options I can think is offline games don't have online components. Like you can create an offline game or offline league, which just runs on your phone. Everything just runs on your phone. It doesn't save, doesn't sync, doesn't do anything. It's just an offline league. You only functional on your mobile device. So you won't be able to like transfer between your PC and whatever. If you have a dual mode one, or if you have an online league, you can play on any device, but it will be unavailable to you if you don't have an online connection. I think that's what it's going to have to be. And if you're playing in a bad connection area where you occasionally have connections, it'll still run it for you, but you may get huge delays in plays if it gets trouble feeding you the next play. Because such is the life of working over a bad connection. But you could, if you wanted to, you could run an online or an offline mode league. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. I want to make it available to play offline, but if you want a fully offline league, you have to have, it has to be fully offline, because you won't be able to sync it to your, you won't be able to play that league on your PC. Because I feel like there's too many ways to cheat. If you were to play an online mode league game against the computer, and say you're doing really bad, so you come home, you log in on your PC, you don't log into the game while you're out so it doesn't connect, and then you go play the game again, and then you play 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 other games, and everything goes. Maybe you finish the season out and go to the playoffs by one game or some goofy thing. While you can't have the online, when they turn on their phone and it tries to sync it, it can't put the game in. So basically you were able to avoid that bad game. I would have to say, well, I can't sync this up because it's no longer valid. But that's kind of cheating. I don't want people to have the option of cheating. Try to play their game offline by disconnecting their internet. If it doesn't work out for them, they just play the game online, try to get that one to succeed, or use another device and keep trying this nonsense. But either way, you can try to work around a bad game by replaying it online and I don't want to allow that. So I think if you're going to have an online mode game, you have to have online connection. If you're playing an offline mode game, you can play whatever you want, but you're not going to be able to play those on other devices. Yeah. I would like to see if it'd be cool if I could figure out how to do a Bluetooth game. It's like, say you go camping with a friend, and you both have the game, you can play against each other, and each of you use your own device. That'd be cool. But I don't know how I would. I don't know. That's a whole nother feature. That's something you can do, but I don't know if I will do, or if that's a maybe wish to have, nice to have. How in demand is that going to be? I don't know. Okay, so I am running out of time, but I did get my image up. I do need to figure out how to get back to the home screen. I think what I will do. What is the so for on simulator, I am going to take my football image that is on the nav bar. Just take this guy. Oh, you know what? I probably just need this. We'll just say, we're gonna go home. No, not home. Simulator page. Oh, that's playbook. Home, coach, component, simulator page. Sim game, we're gonna go like this. And this is going to be link. We're just going to go like this. And then we're going to put in an image on the link. How do I do that? How do I set a link to an image rather than text? I think I have to put it inside of the image, or do I put the image inside of the link? Oh, okay. So the href encloses. Oh, so they're using, instead of being a link, it's using an href. It's using an href. So this is going to be a href, and then we put an image on the inside. Class name, nav menu, right? I will do that. And then I need to go get my image from my sim game. No, from the nav bar. And it's going to be this guy. I don't know what the placeholder blur thing is, but ID center image? No. I don't know. Home. Alt. Sure. Second, yeah. Air image is not. Oh, did I not put that in? Probably should make that a thing. Mm-hmm. Here, image is not found. What? Should be fine. So we got, oh, we're not in the nav bar, but that shouldn't be a problem. We're inside of a similar position under the simulator. We're under page. So it should be back. Resources, images, football 2 PNG. So what do you mean it's not there? If I go here, and back, resources, same level. Should be the exact same path to it. Honestly, I probably shouldn't be using the image tag. I know that it's not considered kosher. Where is the image? Where is this actually being used? Oh, right here. Oh, it's using next image. Do I use next image here? Oh. Huh. Right over there. I don't know why that would make a difference, but we'll go with that. Oh. Well, it kind of worked. Kinda, except we're still kind of wonky in my layout here. Oh, wait. Oh. What's going on? Is my football pushing my, image around? Wow, I thought I got rid of nav bar. Where the heck? Why do I have a nav bar still? Sim game. Sim game shouldn't have. Where's the nav bar? Oh, maybe I need to get rid of this. No. Where's the image? Where's the nav bar coming from? That's so not right. That is like so many degrees of incorrect. Okay, so why do I have a nav bar on here still? Well, nav bar's gone, but I still have an extra football on the field. Oh, nope, extra football's gone. Now I just need to get that football to not be on the top. I need it to be on the image. Oops. What did I do? Oh, the whole thing is a href? It was just supposed to be the image. It's an href, not the entire screen. Why is the whole thing? I don't need the whole thing to be. Huh. Says it's only 70. Oh, so the image is not. So it translates a lot of garbage. So I think I need to put this in. But I'm not doing all that. That's not what I want. But we will put this in just for formatting purposes. And we're going to go position top is 0. Actually, I don't need either of these because they're going to be, I think it's 0 no matter what. I don't even know why I need to translate. Actually, I want left to be 0. And sure, we'll put 0 too. Doesn't even need to be percentage, it just needs to be 0. Actually, can I just do numbers? Yeah, maybe not. Transform. I don't know what that does. Boo, what's it doing? I hate it when it does this error because it breaks everything. You can't even try to run anymore. You can't like fix it. It's just like if it breaks within one of those other components, it's just dead. Holy moly. Oh, darn it. Gotta do this thing. Oh, too much of this junk. That's what's killing it. Eventually I'll make my little clickable areas invisible, but I got to make sure that they stay where they're supposed to. So I haven't gotten to the making it stay where it's supposed to yet. See, it did transform it. It's like putting it. What the heck, man? The transform is stupid. Yeah. Oh, it's sitting on top of it now, at least. I mean. Oh, I see. The bar is sitting on top, but the images are not. What if I do like a... What if I go like Z... What is it? Z... Index? Equals 0. Not... Is it equals? Oh, can I not do 0 index, Z index here? Oh, I may have to do a style. Let's try that. Style equals. Dang it. z-index 0. Yeah, that didn't do anything. I was wondering if it could do a z-index that would put it on top of, let the image fall behind it, but apparently not. Let's go look at my sim game. What is the z-index? It's set at -3, -2. The only thing that's -2 is that whole entire div. I don't think I have any other. Do I have other z-indexes? No. I think all of my images are sitting up here, and they are all z-index -2 and -3. That's it. I don't know what SVG is. Intrinsic elements. But yeah, none of these are z-indexed. My lines, nothing. Alright, so they're just sitting on top, all within whatever this SVG. SVG line, I think, is the object. So I have it in grouping 2 lines, and that sits on it as top of an object. So it's floating, but this guy is a football. Oh, he's got -1 going. But I would think, since they're not actually bumping each other, I could get away with like setting it at -1 or even 0. But since it's not inside, it may not be allowing it. Because it's not inside the same object window. And I guess I could theoretically. What if I take this guy and say z index 0, and then take that one out? Oh, what did I? Gosh darn it. Let me see the problem. Oh, comma? Still didn't like. Huh. Does that take me home now, at least? No. Supposed to. But it doesn't work. So, yeah, it's not doing its job. All right. Two things with this code. Image is not clickable, and I kind of want it to sit on top of the sim game component, not above it. Let's see if there's a way to do this. It's probably going to tell me you can't, but I've never had it tell me it can't. It always says there's a way, which is kind of like my mentality. I always think that anything's possible, but sometimes it can't. Making the image clickable. It looks like you're using next image component, which doesn't direct wrapping with A tags this same way a regular image tag does. To fix the clickable behavior, you replace next image with a regular image tag or ensure the A tag wraps around it. Positioning the image on top of the sim game component. You mentioned you want the image to sit on top of the sim game component, not above it. To do this, you can adjust the positioning of the image using a Z index. Oh, I thought I kind of did. Didn't that? All right. Let's take my simple sim. Why did I call it simple sim? Why is it simple sim? Oh, wow. That is so bad name. It's sim game, but it shouldn't be called simple sim. I should just call it simulator. Why don't I just call it simulator? Do I even have anything calling that? What the? I just call it simulator. Game simulator. Or I don't think anything calls game simulator. Oh, well, maybe it does. Well, this is a page, so no, nothing would call it. It's just going to be what it is, what it is, what it is. Did it work? I don't know what it's doing. Hello? Oh, looks like it is kind of working. I think it's weird how this loads, though. It's like it's kind of like one thing and then it's another. All right. It does seem to be sitting on it nicely now. My image still is not going all the way to the top, though. So something is preventing my image from going to the top. And it's not my football anymore because that's sitting on top. So what is preventing the image from going to the top? It's not my sim. It's not the sim. Is it because Football Simulator is not? I need the background with top. Just say this is 0 now. Huh? Maybe just set it. That's the whole problem right there. Aha! Now we got the whole thing sitting on top. Everybody's nice and aligned. And now continues to shrink. We still have a nice lineup of images. Go away. But we're still good. Now granted, this football's kind of sitting on top of things just a little bit. I don't know why it's so low though. Why isn't it hovering all the way to the top? Why is it so low? Oh, because I have height, width? No. Top. Aha, let's go 0. 0 pixels. Well, at least it's sitting at the top now. Still feel like there's padding or something going on. I think I'd still like it to be further in the corner. But still, I think that's pretty good. And then I can click on it and it takes me to the home page. Yay, me! Woohoo! Success! Not very proportional though. It takes me to the home page and my home page is like, I'm not the same dimensions of your football field, but the football field can change dimensions. Everything can rechange dimensions. I think what I'd like to do is maybe resize my window whenever they come back in. But that doesn't work. You don't want to make people resize the window. So what can I do? I need to make my... Ideally, I make my image, either my field or my football field, the same dimensions as either this or the football field, the same dimensions. So whenever they load, they kind of take up the same space. But that's going to be tough, because this one will look weird if it's squished. But this is kind of a big square for a football field. Football fields don't take up this kind of square space. Now I could... There's got to be a way. There's got to be something. Because if my images are all similar in dimensions, whenever we switch screens, they will fill the screen the same. And I won't have a weird, like, suddenly a gap, a square. Yeah, I think I need to reverse engineer my that page, the sim page. So whatever I did here to edit my image, which I don't think is that hard. So it created this. I'm going to basically do this same thing. And then I'm going to change my background image to the same way I did the other one. So we got to go, all right, let's try and see if I can do this. Shouldn't be too hard. I got my use effect here. We're going to try and we got my page. We're going to go home, window, split. And then we're going to go to my home page. Not going to worry about that yet. Not going to worry about that just now. Or that. This is the one I want. Home page. Home page? Yes, home page. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and take my... I have my use effect, which is essentially just going to be the shaping of the screen. So we're going to take this and just basically copy it, because it's just the same functionality I'm going for here. So we're just going to take that, plop that right in there. And for the same bits, we have some imagey pieces. We're going to call it the, well, it's not going to be the field image ref. We'll call it the home image ref. So we're going to go like this, Control F. We'll call it the home image ref. Home image ref. And we're just going to replace, oops, nope. Control X, and we can go like this. Ah, dang it. Back up here. Control F. Like this, and like this. And replace. There we go. Okay. So we got that being the same. Don't think I need any of this. We're going to dump all that. I don't think I need any of it. That's all from just the image size. Yeah, I don't think I need to do that. I'm going to do it the same way because I think that's the only way to do this. which will save me a lot of extra nonsense. And then I have my image ref, which is going to be this guy. Field image ref, this one. And what else do I need? Anything else for the image ref? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, so we can just do that. We're just going to dump all this. Is there any kind of, yeah. Let's go Control Z just for fun. 1792, 1024. Only problem is I don't know if I like that. Let's just leave it at 0 because I think it's gonna, well, maybe that's why that wigs out. All right, let's do this. 1794. 1024. I think that's right. $17.92, $10.24. Okay. $17.92, $10.24. Okay, so we got that. And now it's not being used because I got to implement it. So we're going to go field image ref. We got to go down here, find where field image ref is actually being called. Which I have the field image size also. Football, okay. Find next. Which we know we have that already. Probably don't need this guy because that's not doing anything. And probably don't need it there either, so we can get rid of it there. And then we're gonna go field image ref. Okay, so I have to go down here to my code. I got my div, which is pretty much what I have written up here. But instead of a div, I'm going to call this an image. And the ref is going to be field image ref, which is going to be go here. We're going to go alt equals background. I didn't realize, but alt is not the key word for it being a background. That is just the background. It's more like home background. I didn't realize that's just, alt is just the image alternate name. I don't know why I was putting so much stock in that before. This is not really what that is. This is really just the stadium background. And then, so I put that in like it was a keyword to functionality. Well, you know, when you're reading, I go, wait a minute. So that's one of the problems with copy pasting sometimes. You're just taking the word and you think, oh, that must have a functional reason. I mean, it does. It's there if the image doesn't appear, but that's really all it's supposed to be there. It puts in what it's supposed to be. No, it's, what did I call it? It's not field image ref. Why did I call it field image ref? Oh, it's home image ref. These are supposed to be home. Home image ref. And this is supposed to be home image ref, which is supposed to be in squigglies, squiggly brackets. Okay, so we got the home image ref, which is going to change up here as well. We're going to change to home. And this guy's going to change to home as well. And you're going to change to home. Oops. Set football image size. I don't need that. That's not doing anything. Update home image size. There we go. Update field. Oh, update field image. Wait. Oh, it's the same? Update field image size. Oh, it is. Okay, so we got home, 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 home. Okay. We got home image size. Okay, so we're back down here. We're going to go fix my ref, which is down here now. We've got our alt, our ref. We have our source. We're just going to have to change to this guy. X, because I don't think that works. Go up here. We go source equals. Okay. So we got position absolute, or in this case it says fixed, which I guess I will say fixed because I want it to be the same. We have a top, I don't know why, top 0, left 0, 100% height auto. I don't know. Let's do the same. I'm going to go all the sames. Auto and 100%, 100 VW, which is basically percent, but it's viewing window, viewing port. Minimum height. Do I need a minimum height? Probably. But I'm not going to put one in. Object fit, contain, object fit, contain. And then we have Z index, which I can take these two out. Background position. All right, we'll just do that. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's all I have to do. I'm hoping. And then my clickable image areas are just going to sit over the top of that, and we will see what we got. Now, short of syntax errors, which is, another possibility, like this. Container ref is not defined. Oh, wait, where am I using container ref still? Oh. Yeah, I'm not using that. So I don't even know what the heck. Full rain, position, relative, top 0, overflow hidden, height, fill, viewport height, minimum height, 300 pixels. Why is it 90% of the viewport height instead of 100? With minimum height, what just stops it from shrinking anymore? What I should probably do is set a minimum height, minimum width. So no matter what happens, it stops. If I don't want it to get clunky small, it probably does have to have a minimum height. But 300 pixels might be too small for I should, when I get this going, I want to go look at what it looks like on my phone. Once I get it to my prod, I got to get it deployed to prod soon. I'm gonna leave this as is, I think. I don't need this though. All right, let's see what this does. Okay, so what was I doing that for? Oh yeah, I was trying to see if I could make my my blocks move with the image instead of moving with the screen. So first we try to see if this reset. Nope, it's still moving with my they're still moving with my screen. So there's something off. Because my lines don't move with my screen on the sim game. So when I have the lines here, they don't have any, or do they position themselves based on something? Yards to go, yards. Oh, they do have they are basing themselves on the image width and field and size. Their positions are point or decimals or percentages of where the field image size is. Yikes! What else do I have on there? The football. The football is basically my grids, and it's moving. So it's not the lines I'm worried about. Let's go look at the football. Top, left. Yep, I'm going to have to do this. Oh, and then I changed it according to the dimensions of the football, because the football image size is the height divided by 2, which is half the football height, so that it stayed in the middle. So it centered the football on the box height. All right, so field image height, the top. All right, whatever okay, let's take this. We're going to take this whole little bit. We're going to go top and left. We'll just do those first. And this isn't based on team, so I really only need to worry about field image size. There was some weird extra stuff I had to worry about, like who the team was and which direction the ball was moving, but I don't need to do that here. So I have to go over to here. And this is left and top. Okay, so I have 70 and 20. So we're going to say 0.7 here. And we're going to say 0.2 here. And then I'm taking the football out. I hope that doesn't matter. It might have something to do with the grid. I may have to adjust for the oh, same here. All right, so that's the top and the left. I'm going to leave them the same, hoping that that's not relational to the image size, but it probably is. We'll have to do, okay, so this is 0.62 and 0.25, no, 0.25, no, 0.62 and 0.25, yeah, okay, so we're going to take this one now. And we're going to put this down here. We're going to go 0.62, 0.25. 6225. So if this is doing, oh, it's not field. That's not even a thing. Okay, it's home. Is it home image ref? Oh, size. Home image size. It's home image size. So I gotta do this. Okay, so at least now we're kind of fiddling with the actual image. Now let's see what we did to things. Okay, well, didn't quite do anything. I mean, it's still doing stuff to the viewport. Should not be adjusting to the viewport here because the image is not shrinking here. But that could be because I'm using the wrong percentages. The position I'm worried about the top and left right now. Home image size height. Didn't I do something before where I was printing the image size? I could probably do that up here. So when this resizes, I should be getting a change in size at every dimension. And then this way I can see what my top and left is. That's what I want to see. Console.log home image size height. And it's whatever the height of the image is, and I want to go 70% down times 7. So 70% of the height is the top. That's correct. So I should be moving some. Why? Well, that's not the right number, but why am I not moving? And what did I do? Are they the same settings here? So when I mess with this image here, this image is the image. Class name. I want my image to act kind of like these are acting. So we got transition transform duration 100 ease. Oh, that's just for its movement. Not worried about that. Z index. So I have to put the Z index on this item. I don't think I should have to, but maybe. Because they are just clickable areas, and problem. I think they're naturally a 0, so they shouldn't have to worry about it. But why are they stretching and not positioning? All right, so let's go look. I'm going to go here. What time is it? Oh, it's 10:07. My time is up, folks. What will I ever do? Oh, knowing me, I'll probably just keep going. It's like, you noodle squat. What the heck, man? It's not how it works. Console.log. Log. Did I do that wrong? Oh, it's console.log. Console.log. Is that worse? Okay. Why did that work? Console.log. Okay, well I did. It says it's supposed to be capital. Is it console? Alright, well maybe it is. I don't know. I get all confused. Okay, so we're gonna go home image size dot height. And then we're gonna go comma, oops, height, comma, home dot width. And yeah, let's just see what that does. Actually, let's do a comma here. And we'll just do a semicolon in the middle, just so that we have some separation. And we're going to open up my log. Log, which is what this one, output. Okay. And we're going to go here. Nothing. Okay. So if I go here, nothing. Did I save? I did. Well, I'm going to have to probably put a semicolon in here first of all. All right, rebuilt. Let's try it again. Nope. Is my use effect not firing? All right, let's hit stop and try to launch it again. Alrighty, let's see what we got. Let's see if it compiles. Compiling. Yes, it compiled. Alright, now we're loaded. Now, we have our output here. The image height shouldn't really change here. No. Oh, well, maybe it will. Alright, so now we have a thing. 1024 undefined. Okay, so that is a problem. Oh, it's home image size. Well, that's a problem because I don't know don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, let's try that again. All right, that has no effect. That has no effect. But I think the thing is I set this up to run a function, and it's the function that needs to log this. And the function it's running is actually missing. What the heck is my function? I think I'm missing a crucial element to this little piece of the pie here. Oh wait, update home image size. No, this is the function. Oh, okay, so it's calling this though once it's defined. So I think update image size, which gets called every time we fire this, is actually got to have like this. See if that works. No. Do I have to restart it? Because the use effect probably isn't firing anymore. Alright, so now we got a setting. Okay, there it goes. Staying at 1024 by 1792. Still 1024 by 1792. Then we're not actually changing the state is what's happening. It is firing. home image. Okay, let's try this again. This should probably be this. And it's offset height. Something's still not right. It's not changing size, even though I'm very adamant that it is actually changing size. Well, this one didn't default anything in the image size. I wonder if I can't default it because it's doing something that's not allowing it to change. Oh, there it goes. 8, 11, 14, 19. Stays the same until 8:15. Okay, so that's resizing it now. Okay, so now it is actually resizing. But my images, my stuff is still not loading correctly. Home image size height. The height is whatever, 811, 815, but that should be 70% down on that. Why is it not positioning? Alright. We are gonna go to bed. No. I really need to. 15 minutes, folks. I'm giving me 15 minutes to figure this out. So, gotta get this going here. Yeah, I know. You don't like... I'm over my limit. I get it. Alright, my clickable box is not adjusting to image height as it should. They seem to be stuck in the upper left corner. Alright, update code, what do I do? Solution, update the dimensions of the clickable area based on the image size. Since the image scales with object fit contained, you should adjust the positioning sizes of the clickable areas to follow the aspect ratio of the image. Fix position issues. The A tag is being placed in an absolute position relative to its nearest positional ancestor relative, so you need to ensure the parent container is correctly positioned. Alright, let's see here. I want to see too what it says in relation to what the working version, which is this guy, who I know works. But I'm basing it on the image, which these guys are basically being treated like the football image that resizes correctly. So there's the background image, which is this guy, which is essentially fixed, 100 watt, contain, everything's exactly the same. Then we have this guy up here, which is relative, height 100, hidden, min height. I don't know if I need any of that, but okay. So what I don't have is a class name, which I don't know what that's going to do. But I don't think that's my problem. So we're going to go down here. We're going to look at my image, which is absolute, but we're not going by the lines. We're going by this guy. I didn't do this absolute with VW300, which probably is the same, but let's go see what this says. Oops, not that, this. Alright, so we've got relative 100. Hidden. Okay, so that's the same. Then we got my background, which is fine. Home background. Home image ref, got it, fixed. 0, 0, 100, contain. Okay, so we're good there. Now, this guy. These are what things get interesting. So, absolute. Okay, divided by home image height times 100. Oh, I'm missing a piece. Weird. So they're putting in a division. Okay, so if the height divided by, why dividing by height divided by 100? Shh. And it's a percent. I got to do this math in my head. So if the height, if we're taking 70% of the height, oh, it's pixels, and then we got to turn it into a solid percentage number. So we're doing it times 100, and then we take it by percent. That's what it is. I have some weird adjustment to pixels, and this is better. Yeah, that's what I did. I forgot I was dealing with pixels and not percentages, and that's not going to work. And we'll do it again down here. Basically, I have to take this same piece and just plug it in. Nope. And do this. See if that moves things around a little bit more friendly like. Oh, nope, it won't, because this is supposed to be width. Alright, now what do we got? Oh, okay, so we got our boxes are pretty close to where they belong once again. Alright. It's probably not precise, but let's see my box. They're still floating though. See, they're still floating on the viewport. They should not be doing that. Why are they moving? Is my top and left? My left is good, or unless they're moving when I go. It's always going to be good here. The left seems to stay pretty nice. The left is working. It's the height that's not working. Because even when I shrink my image, I think it's because my image is always stretching all the way across. So it never gets a chance to be wrong. I think it wouldn't be right if my image would pop off the screen somehow. And I don't know how to do that because it's a big image. my image refuses to outsize or to be too small for the monitor. So it never gets too little, therefore it can never be pushed off the screen, and therefore it's never going to, these guys will always be right because they're in sync with the image, the viewport, which is always correct. So I think I've got an unbeatable problem, but I got to figure out why my it's still stuck to the viewport, not the image size. still, the top and, oh, the left isn't moving, but the top is still moving according to the viewport. Dang it. Images are clickable areas are still moving with the size of the viewport, not the image. I think I may have to go ask Claude. I think it's time to move on to a different AI. Claude! I'll see what it says, but I have a feeling it doesn't. It doesn't know the answer. The issue is that the position is using viewport dimensions, but we need to use the image's actual size in the container. Oh, that's true. I am using viewport, which is not what the other one's doing. I don't think I'm using viewport in the other one. These can be viewport, but the image... Oh, these aren't even sizing. Wait a minute, where's viewport being used? Didn't change it on the image background. It didn't change. It's still viewport on both of these. Home image was size. Oh, the width? But why would width and height? Why would width and height be moving? I'll try it, but I don't know how those... Width and height. Width and height wouldn't cause movement, though. Width and height might change the shape, but they're not going to change the position. Yeah, I'm going to Claude. Because yes, I can see those. That might be a problem. It would distort them, like they would squish and function, because their height and their width would be affected. But I don't think. Oops, this is Claude. I don't see how. In this code, for some reason, my clickable areas are moving with the size of the viewport, not the size of the image as they should. Alright. The issue is that your clickable areas are using viewport relative positions. While trying to calculate positions based on the image dimensions, let's fix this by making the clickable areas properly scale with the image. But that shouldn't move them! Try fixing Claude. It's automatically going to remove the dynamic import since we don't need it anymore. We remove the image mapper component. What? Okay, something's wonky here. Let's try this again. I don't know what happened, but it's totally choking here. code, my clickable areas are not moving and sizing with the image when the port when the viewport resizes. They are instead moving with the viewport size. Yeah, something totally wonked out on that, so hopefully this will allow it to unwonk the fresh chat. Because it totally did not like what I just did. Okay, so I think we have it all back. It's not blowing up anymore. Alright, so it's saying the same basic thing. And it doesn't like width and height either. But I don't know why width and height would affect the movement. I can understand it might affect their shape, but I don't understand why it affects their movement. I will... I don't know. Let's just see what else we got in here. Let's close this guy because I don't need it right now. Excuse me. Bless me. Well, thank you. Am I doing pixels on my other one? I closed it, but I'm curious. Was I doing pixels or percentages? On the sim game. So when I do this, and I do my... No, it is actually doing a percentage. It's doing a percentage of pixels. Whatever the pixel size is, that's what it's adjusting to. So in that fact, it's that many pixels getting moved. Oh, but then it divides. Okay, then it goes. Whatever the end result is, it's doing the divide by 100 plan. But even my height, image size height, look, that one's not doing divide by 100. It's just going by the height. It's that many pixels. 95% of the height pixels. And it's not doing percentages there either. Well, that's the lines though. Let's go look at this one. Oh, okay, so it is pixels. This is doing pixels. But I didn't put pixel on my option. I did percentage, but I should probably do football image size height divided by 2. Football image size, because I'm on this one. I'm just subtracting the pixels of that. But that, so it's it's just pixels, like it's doing here. So I was kind of more right when I did it before. I think it's funny. See, Claude says, nah, put your decimals first. Again, here's Claude saying, well, I'm smarter than you. Pixels should come first. And I'm like, shut up. You are not. You don't know what you're talking about. Just do your job. Stop trying to change how I do stuff. I don't believe, I like it better with the pixels second. Or not the pixels, the decimals. go pixels, and then we're gonna go this guy, which I guess I could just take both of them like that. And put them on top of that. Again, I don't exactly, oh man, it's making me do it its way. Stop it. Times 0.1. Guess I don't technically need this parentheses on here. Got the quotes. I got the bits and bobs. Oh, these guys need to be changed back to pixels. Oops, didn't like something. What did I do? Oh. Come on. Alright, let's stop it. I need to see. Obviously, still getting errors. Let's see what it's. See what I did complaining about. Doesn't lack a something. Container width 0.1 pixel. Container size is not defined. Oh, it changed its thing. Why? How did it even know to do that wrong? Did I give it the wrong page? No. How did it know it was container? Oh, did it change my code to container? Oh gosh, I hate you. Stop changing my code. Why do you change the names of my stuff, you stupid thing? Please stop changing the name of my variables. You do unnecessary stuff. It just drives me bonkers. It's just so irritating. I said please. See, I was nice and respectful to Claude. Claude's like, I don't care if you say please. Well, not sure what happened there, but my it definitely moved. One of them got all distorted and wonky, but my main screen totally broke. My clip path. Oh, no, it's Polygon 66. I don't know what it means by more accurate container dimensions, whatever the heck that means. What the heck? Why is it saying my container dimensions aren't accurate? Get boundary to get more accurate dimensions of the image. I don't care about that. Just they're accurate. What pixels? How much more accurate can you change the clickable areas to use absolute pixel values calculated from home image size? Yeah. But something went totally off the rails with my football field. It's like this rectangle stayed fine. I mean, it's not on target. Let's see if these at least stay where they're supposed to stay now. Hey, I think they're working. Kinda. No, they seem to be working good. They're staying where they are, and they're growing and shrinking and doing what they're supposed to do. Perfect. That's all I wanted, man. Claude, stop trying to make things more complicated than they need to be. Now, truly, for some reason, probably because I was basing this off of the viewport when I was working on it before. Now I'm not, so now I have to reposition the locations. So I don't even know why. Why was it 10%? Why was it 10? I'm not even sure why it was 10. What if I say 30? That's the width, right? Yeah, 3. Yeah, that's closer. I don't know why my width is... Why it was weird before. I mean, that's not okay. It's not done, but let's say 35. That's better. And we'll go 36. Even better. And then our position is bad. So we're going to have to go height? No. Top. Top is going to be, let's say, 65. Ew. Well, we're in the football field again. That's a start. But if I consider that I have 0 or 100 always as my point, which means I'm always setting on the dimension, that's not going to be the right place either. So I got 62. Oop, I gotta move it down some more. 63. It's kind of close. And if my image width is okay, that means I'm maximum that way, which means now the height of this thing needs to be taller. So we'll go 15. I think that's it. Pretty much fixed it. But if I go 0.2. Oh, wait, what? What did I do? Oh, pfft. I get it. Jeez. Yeah, I put my 0.2 in the wrong place. I get it. 63, not 0.2. It's going to have to be 63.2. All right. Oh, my phone died. That means it's time for bed, right? Oh, it's 10:44. I said I was only going 15 more minutes, and I broke it. Let's say 14:05. And top is going to be 16:35. That's a little better. All right, I think I've got that one in position finally. Now let's go ahead and try to fix my rectangle, which I may just change. It might not be a rectangle before long. Knowing me. I'm going to go 7. It's actually pretty close. We're going to go 7.5. And then we're going to go left position. It's going to be 25. Whoa, that was way bigger than I thought. Holy moly. Let's go 7.2 and 21. Okay, that's closer. My width, however, should probably be like 1.3 or something. Oops, nope, that's way bigger than I thought too. Geez, 1.1. Okay. I still kind of feel like it should be a diamond. But how would I do that? I wonder if I should rotate it. Isn't that a diamond? If I rotate it, it'd be like the corners and the spots. No, because it would be square, square, and then it would go that way. Yeah, this is probably better. I'm thinking a diamond would not be. It would cut off corner. It would cut off more if I did it just as a diamond than as it is as a house, or as a square. I could do a weird shape, but I don't know if I want to do a weird shape. I probably could, but right now I don't care. All right, so that's good. I think I did it. We're all finished. So I think both of these should probably work now. I've already tried clicking on that one. This one should take me to the game plan. It did. The only thing is now I need to, one more little thing I could probably get done pretty quick. And that's make this page function like the other page, which would be to go into the coach, or whatever this thing is. Source, coach, it's got the game plan, the page, which honestly has to work and function pretty much just like the page of simulator, at least as far as that goes. What I'll probably have to go here is to the layout, and we'll get rid of the nav bar, which means I don't really need this anymore, because we are right now, as of this second, the nav bar is not going to be used. Actually, what I probably should do is this, and we'll just comment it out, and then see if I can comment this one out. I don't know if that works. I feel like that's not the proper way to comment that out. That might be better. I feel like that's not going to work. I feel like that's just not going to work. I'm not putting that in that way. I don't know. I feel like that's wrong. But all right, so let's go over to my page, and I'm going to look at my exactly what I did on the page simulator. And we're going to stick this right above. Put this off to the side. We're going to stick this right in here. And what am I missing? Football image. I'm going to need the football image item here. Maybe I do next image. Yeah, okay. Control S. I'll see if that that might be okay, because I think, you know, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to take away the layering on that one. This guy doesn't need a layer over the top. I just didn't want it on the other one because the images matter, and I want it to sit on top. So the layering on this guy, I think I have a Z index. Yeah, we'll take this guy out. I should push the football onto the top. Maybe. Possibly. It did not. I was pretty sure that would push it to the top. Why didn't it push it to the top? Absolute 0. Why doesn't this push it to the top? All right, one more check with Claude. What am I missing there? Because I took away the absolute. I want the football image to position above the coach card. Currently, it is positioning on top of it. Oh, see, absolute is the problem. Relative. So, okay, absolute puts it there whether you like it or not. And relative makes people move. I don't know. It's like I get the idea of what each of those. Okay, so that works. So now the football is the home page, so it goes back. So I can click here, take me here, go back. And then if I want to go there, I can click here, take me to my football sim, which is weird because I don't know why it's doubling up like this. It like doubles and then it cleans up and disappears. Everything goes right. So there's something kind of wonky about the starting position of this page, but this one also takes you back like it's supposed to. Bang. Now, these two guys I'm going to make invisible later. I can do that tomorrow. I don't care. But I just wanted to make sure they're in the right place. They're going to be basically be able to be clicked. I might put some text on them or in some way do something kind of to identify what you're going for in those locations. It's like Some things are obvious, some things are not. What I might do is like, I don't know, put an image. I'm thinking almost an image would be better. You know, kind of the football field is kind of like a given. You know, you click on it. Maybe put a something, a border or something to kind of highlight that this is a clickable area. Put a little glowy border on it. I don't know, something. But yeah, I think we're getting there. And then you can click on the different locations and go there. Like here, I don't know what I'm going to do here. I might have a little, maybe a little image of a dude with a whistle. One of the mascot guys that's got a whistle in his mouth or something, like a coach. I don't know, something. That's it for now, though. That's my goal for today. I got that working. I know I didn't work on game plan. I said game plan, but I ended up spending a lot of time on this front page UI. Got rid of the border. I wanted it to kind of start taking on the theme and appearance of what this game is. I do need to kind of figure out how I'm going to implement some of that theme in other parts of the thing. Like I need the football field's always going to look like a football field. It may be grass, maybe some wildy looking grass, some grass with a little bit of fuzz in it, but it's still just grass, and they're going to be playing maybe longer grass. I don't know, something. It's going to be small enough. I want the players to be able to stand out. But like maybe the stadium needs to take on a little bit more creature-y look. I don't know. I got to figure out what I can get with AI, because that's what I'm doing. So far, I've struggled to get just the right image to begin with for the stadium. So for the stadium look. So just that in itself has been challenging. I also need to come up with something to give my game plan a look. Maybe coloring at least, you know, kind of give it that sense of you're in a weird world that's doing all the same stuff that you do with playing football, except you get to have it with an interesting motif. I don't know why I'm going with this motif. I think it looks cool. I think it'll be fun. As long as the game plays like it's supposed to, that's all that matters, right? But there's my current date. I guess tomorrow's playbook day, because I've got this working now. I've got the two things that I've got functional pieces to. Actually, what I have is game plan right here. So do I have an intermediate page that splits you up and takes you off to the game plan and the playbook? I don't know. I may have to have something, because I don't. Because the playbook is a separate thing you're editing, right? You're going to go to the playbook, and then the playbook might let you, you select your plays, add your plays, and maybe even create a play. But I'm not promising create a play as an option, but I am going to have create a play as the option for me, because I need to figure out a way to create plays easily that correlate to the design of the database, so that I can store my plays the way I need to in order to execute them in the gameplay simulation. Until next time, take it easy.